Good morning, everyone, and welcome on in. Or good afternoon if you're in Europe like I am, or what was formerly Europe, I guess, now, given Brexit and all that stuff. How are you doing this morning, Sam? You were up late last night. Again, sorry about the last couple of songs that might have been a bit irksome there for you, or disturbing. I am alive and kicking. I am still flagging like no other right now myself. So for those of you joining us, as always, the stream, the tutorials, everything we do here on this channel is brought to you by Patreon sponsors. Sorry, I'm going to move the mic just so it's in front of me. Daniel, welcome on in, my man. How are you doing today? And you too can help support this channel. All you have to do is hit that like button down below. It really does help this channel. It works with the YouTube algorithm and all that fun, fine jazz. As for other support you want to give, just make sure that you can support yourself with this channel. That is done by clicking the subscribe icon. You get notifications when new tutorials are released. You get notifications for these live streams. So go ahead and make sure to click that and turn on all notifications. You want to take your support a bit further? Consider becoming a Patreon sponsor. Patreon sponsors at upper levels get instant access to all ongoing projects that I do for tutorials on YouTube. So today, for example, what we're doing, if you're a Patreon sponsor, you will get access to these files for the tutorial version of it. So once we finish this one, I'll create the tutorial ones, you'll have access to it. At other tiers, you get access once the tutorial is completed on YouTube. In addition, you get early access to the videos. All right, that said, what are we doing today? Well, today we're going to prep out a set of tutorials, or at least work on a set of tutorials, because I only do these for 4 hours, as you know. So we have an endless runner we're going to do. We have a replicated multiplayer game we're going to do that is basically, I'm going to just call it soccer, but, it's not, or football. And then we're going to do a battle royale. Those will be the 3 intro games. I think I had a 4th one planned, and I can't remember what it is. Sam, I know you were here when I mentioned it ages ago. If you remember what my 4th game idea was, let me know. For the beginner series, that is. We are putting the game engine series on hold for a bit because I don't have anyone who can do renderers, and me trying to learn rendering while doing the series is not useful. I do not know GLSL, the shader language for the programs for shaders, and I'm struggling to understand how to write my buffers for it. So I'm going to be taking some time off to work on that alone before I come back. In addition, I want to make some significant changes to how I've structured the actual engine. So we will likely restart that series in a couple of weeks, but that will be with me actually restarting the entire project and walking through it. So that'll be an interesting experience to go through. The only thing that'll probably be saved is my math file, because, yeah. Right. So we'll get started today with the Endless Runner. So that said, let's make a start. I'm not sure why. Really? Really? You're going to do that? There we go. Sorry, it's supposed to automatically put that screen up when I do that transition, but for some reason, for the last couple of streams, it's not been doing that, and I don't know why. Alright, so right now we have, from our previous stream of the developing of this, we have our cube, which will float along the ground. We have a track here, which has a physics material, and we have obstacles we've created. I think. Okay. I have not touched this project since the last live stream. Why is this suddenly not a thing? Huh. Alright. Give me a second. I did not check this before starting because I haven't touched it in ever since the last live stream of this. So I'm not sure why the files are not working. That is the wrong one. It'll be under UE5, beginners preps. Ooh, I have notes, series notes. That's what they say. So here are the games we were going to do. We were going to do Endless Runner, which is the one we're currently working on. I have a message from Sam about that, actually. There isn't much overlap there, the way. We will be doing Smash Hit, which is a clone of the game Smash Hit, which is basically an endless runner. Marble Void, which is that soccer game I was talking about. We will actually vote on the name for it. We might do Mastermind. Mastermind's really simple. We'll do an escape puzzle game for... I'm not sure we'll actually do that one. And then we'll do a Battle Royale. That'll be the beginner series. Cool, I'm glad I actually wrote that. Now, let's figure out what the heck is going on with my obstacle. Source. Beginner prep. Public. Endless runner. Huh. Right. I'm going, because there were more class files. I'm not sure what's going on here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump back up to the source file itself and pray that this works. It's loading in the other screen. Alright. Oh yeah, so it's seeing the source files here. Seeing all of them. I'm just going to make sure this is a startup project, and we're just going to build it this way. And I mentioned in the last stream the UE4 tools that were missing from my Visual Studio. It's this bit up here where you can change, if you have multiple games, if you're doing a custom build. You can also change, this one has skip compile, for example. I'm just going to go ahead and hit this and make sure that everything loads in. Alternatively, I could have generated files to see if that refreshed it, but I prefer doing it that. What do we have here error-wise? It's included in the project. Right, so we're going to go and try something else really quickly. Let's get the thing back on screen. Jesus, this is a great start to a tutorial. Or to a prep video, or to a live stream. So we're going to start to a live stream is what I meant to say. It's the longest I've ever seen it take. We're also going to close that out. Come on, please work. Oh God, come on. Oh, fuck you, Unreal. Yeah, I just swore under my breath. Get over it. Right, we're gonna switch to Visual Studio 2022 because for some reason, having installed that, Unreal does not like to acknowledge the existence of Visual Studio 2019, and it leads to weirdness. I don't know why. All right. All of our files are actually there. We'll make sure this is the startup project, and we will go ahead and try it. Come on. Do the thing. Do the thing correctly, please. That's all I ask. It's not that much to ask for, is it? But unfortunately, sometimes technology really seems to hate us. Alright, it's still building. I don't know why it did this. I will have to look into that bug. That is not an engine bug I have experienced previously, so I'm not entirely sure why it's doing what it's doing. I'm also not sure why it doesn't seem to be actually building right now. That's a bit concerning. There we go. Right. No idea what happened here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this out. I'm going to actually just go into here for a moment. And you know what? We're going to do this on my desktop. I'm going to copy the source files. I'm actually going to restart the project all in. Sorry about that. Actually, I didn't need the targets. I just needed the beginner prep stuff, but whatever. Alright, and let's go back to Epic. And let's go into our library. Yeah, I said library, and I did it intentionally. Alright, let's delete this project. Actually, we'll show in folder to delete it. Okay. And, I'm just going to refresh this by going back one window and forward again. Okay. Notice that the beginner prep is gone. And we'll try this one more time. I don't like how long it takes for this to load, even off an MVE SSD. But such is life, unfortunately. Alright, so we will be doing a game. We will use blank. We will do C++, desktop, maximum. We'll add starter content if we need. And I'm just going to rename this Beginner Series Prep. Series? Sorry, but the E issue is still there, by the way. And I will drop this in my UE5 folder and in beginners. Actually, beginners prep in particular. All right, so let's create the project. It should compile our headers and everything we need for our C++ side of it. So yay for that. Assuming it actually does anything anytime soon, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah, we're just going to sit here for a few minutes. And again, these are the kind of things I cut out of the actual tutorials, like waiting for a project to build, sitting there looking like an idiot. For anyone who's done the survival series, I wasn't joking when I said I had a 30-minute conversation, went and made a dinner, which took an hour to make, ate half of the dinner before the thing finished doing what it was doing. When I give those warnings on those videos, I'm not joking. All right, so it is now building our actual project files. And hopefully we won't run into that issue again. Now I'm going to cheat, as you probably have all gathered, based on the error we just had, and do things a fun way. All right, dismiss, update. Okay, so what we're going to do is content. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to just do endless, underscore endless runner. That way I just have it set up so I know what I'm looking at. Let's pop into there. Now, really, we're just doing that so we have somewhere where we can derive classes to later on. Let's go into our beginner series here. And, yeah, let's consider what we need. We're going to need a player again. We are going to need a obstacle again. We will need a collision and a reset. So let's do our player first, of course. So let's create a new class. This will be of type actor. We will store this in a public scope. We'll call this player cube base. And we're actually going to change where that is stored. We will store this in endless runner. And then I'm going to put it in an area called core. All right. Yeah, I'll just do core. I'm not going to do a subcategory within that one. Let's go ahead and create that. Make sure this actually, you know, loads properly. Vinik, I am not entirely sure how to do that, to be fair. Let me just look that up. So if I can, yes, I will. Give me one moment, though. All right, at the top of the... Hang on, I'm just going to actually move the instructions onto the screen. All right. I'm already there. Huh. Settings. It's not giving me the option. Give me a second. I am still seeing if I can figure it out. Edit title and description. It literally doesn't have that option for me. I didn't realize that, I did not realize that it wasn't doing that. I just assumed it automatically did subtitles. Just gonna try it through just redoing it a different way. Yeah, even if I go to create a new video, it's not giving me any of the options for... There it is. Huh. I need to download something prior to and bring that in. Unfortunately, I will not be able to set that up for this one. The VODs will have closed captions on them. And in the future streams, I will make sure to have the software properly installed that I need installed so that it can do subtitles. I am so sorry about that. I thought it was automatically on. I didn't realize it wasn't. But I do know that the VODs have subtitles because I've watched a couple of the VODs just to see how they looked. And I know subtitles work on that, at least for now. I know that isn't perfect. I know that isn't great. I know that I have screwed up. I will make sure, as I said, in the next live stream, that indeed the subtitle features, closed caption features, are actually working. Again, my apologies about that. Also, why am I getting tagged for something? Ah, okay. That's the thing I take care of later. So, let me close this out. This is the file from yesterday for something else. I forgot that was still open. Alright, here is our player cube base again. Yeah, I feel bad about that. I really do, honestly. Like, I'm kind of sitting here in my head kicking myself over and over again. So, as you guys know from about 5 minutes ago, I am having a tech issue. So, what you just saw open actually is the original version of this file, but because I've renamed things, I'm going to just do it by hand. So, I have a particular setup I like to do for things. I like including certain notations like this. I'll do the same for our member methods. I'm actually going to rename this as member methods in a moment, because we'll have interface methods as well. All right, and then of course we're going to have attributes between these two, because I like laying things out in a very particular fashion. Right, so in terms of our attributes, we need a camera, we need a static mesh component, we need a spring arm, which means we need to include those three things. So we're just going to... I screwed this up already. But hey, it's recoverable. I did not mean to do a actor. I meant to do a pawn. Now we can fix that. We can change this to a pawn, and we can get rid of actor here and switch this out to pawn. Now, pawn inherits from actor, so we're getting everything from actor anyway. All right, I'm going to drop that in. I'm going to ignore these errors, by the way. All right, now I am going to build really quickly just to make sure this is indeed working correctly. And I'm going to also close out the project. So I'm going to build directly from here. Just make sure that the change I did for that stupidity of making this a actor instead of a pawn doesn't cause any issues. Adrian, welcome on in. How are you doing today, my man? All right, it's successfully built, so let's very quickly continue. For our attributes, as I mentioned, we're going to need a camera, a spring arm, and a static mesh. So we're going to put this in the protected scope. Now, I could use private and give access to the children using a meta tag. But meh. We're going to start with the root mesh for the player pawn. And this will be a static mesh, of course. So we're going to use the U property. And our U properties will be visible anywhere. Blueprint read only. And we'll put it in a category called master subcategory mesh. All right. And this is a U static mesh component. It is a pointer to one. We'll call this cube mesh. Don't fight me on the spacing on IntelliSense. Then we have camera, spring arm. Sorry, for those of you who still don't know why I'm doing that weirdness, every time the double E thing happens, I will speak as if, I'll read it out as a joke. And again, we're going to use the same settings down here. And this is going to be a U spring arm component. And again, it's a pointer, and we're just going to call this spring arm. Actually, I want that. There we go. And then again, we're going to have another one, and this is the camera itself. And we're going to do U camera component. Again, a pointer. This is player camera. Okay, and then we're going to have some private members or attributes. We're going to have the max speed. We're going to have the weight. We're going to have directional values. We're going to have location and a timer. So let's start with our max speed. And we're just going to say this is multiplied by 100 for actual value. All right, again, it's going to have a U property. And this U property will be edit anywhere. It will be put in the category of master subcategory movement. Actually, do I have the categories right? These two should not be mesh. These two should be camera. All right. For this U property, we will do a float called mass, which we will initialize to, sorry, not mass, called maximum speed, which we will initialize using a modern initializer to 10. All right, after that, we will have our property for fine-tuning the movement of the pawn. And for this, what we're going to do is again, U property. In fact, we're going to take this value again. We're going to take it down here. So we want edit anywhere. And we're going to do float. And I'm going to mute the microphone for a second. Give me one moment. I knew that was going to happen. And this float will be our controller force. And we're going to default this out to 600. Now, I know that the range I like using is between 3 and 900 for this value. And then we're going to do the mass measured in kilograms. And again, this will be, since this is private, I'm not so worried about any of the U properties for this one. This will be float mass. We'll default this out to a value of 100. Next, we'll have the amount of forward speed applied every frame by the system. Remember, this is an endless runner, so we need a forward value to get it to move forward. And we'll do float forward value, and we'll default this out to a value of 1. And then we need the default value for the forward movement. So basically the default of what's above there. And this is just movement. Sorry, I will stop doing that now. This is just to ensure that if settings are changed, that we can come back to this and reset it to whatever value we had there initially. So we call this default forward value, which will also set to 1, of course. And, you know, should be the same as one above, the same as the one V1 below. Okay. From there, we're going to have the amount of right stroke left speed applied every frame by the player. And that's the difference between the forward and the right and left. The forward is applied by the system every frame, and literally it is applying it as a value greater than 1, unless you've hit something. Actually, even if you hit something. Of course, if you hit something, the game resets. Whereas this one is applied by the player, so it can be between -1 and 1 with the default of 0. So we don't actually have to put a default in for this one, but we're going to, just to be on the safe side, we'll do float, and it's going to be right input value. Input to remind us that it's a player inputted value. All right. And then we are going to do the actual velocity in all axes, if I can find my comma key. And this will be a F vector, which is a structure of 3 floats. Remember, F in Unreal represents a structure. So this will be our velocity, which we will default out to 0. And that initializer will, or constructor will initialize 0 to all 3 aspects with that design. Right, then we need the starting location of the cube. All right, and actually I probably should have exposed the function I want for that one to be public, but whatever. So this will be F vector, and this will be initial location, which we will not initialize to anything here. And then we're going to do our timers. We have a reset timer. So we're going to start with a question. Has a reset timer been triggered? All right. So we're going to do bool b. So remember, lowercase b for bool. Reset timer active. And we're going to default this out to false. All right. From there, we're then going to have the reset timer itself as a value, or the reset time, really. It shouldn't be the timer, it's the reset time. So it should be a float, and this is reset timer. We default that out to 0 because we haven't used it yet. And then we're going to have a target time we're looking for. So our target time is what we're ramping up to when this is active. And once we get there, we reset the time. We up this one. When we get to the value we set in this line, we then reset the timer or stop whatever it's doing or trigger the next event. So this is the reset timer target. Now I could do this last one as a literal, but I didn't want to. So reset timer target, and we'll say 1 second or 1.5 seconds. And I'm going to just put an F on there out of habit. As for our member methods, of course we have begin play. We have our tick. All right, we're gonna, because I messed this up, we didn't automatically get it. We're gonna need our input controls as well. So I'm gonna just copy Unreal's comment on this. Called to bind functionality to input. This is actually Unreal's comment. So it's virtual void set up player input component, and that's class u input component pointer player input component, and then it is overridden or overriding it from the pawn class. We're then gonna have one for resets player to start of level. Actually, we're gonna have another one that I didn't write before. Gets starting location. Now I put this in not in a function originally. This will be void set initial location. It will take one argument of f vector, and then we'll call this location in. And this again will be u function for our specifier. We will do blueprint callable, which I think is a lowercase c. We're gonna double check that. I have a window open for that. No, it is not a lowercase c, it's an uppercase c. So I'm just gonna paste that into there. I thought I saw a different change in my word besides the C. I was like, what did I spell wrong? All right, then we're going to have, this will be in category, master, subcategory, reset. All right, we're gonna take this line down here, paste that in. We're gonna do void reset location, which will take no arguments in. And then we're gonna have two private member methods called move right, which will take a float, and we'll have a value that goes in. And then we're gonna have void set movement, which takes no arguments in. All right, so these are the things we need to define now. And we also need to set up our constructor, make sure everything else is set up correctly, because right now we need these in our constructor to say, hey, what are we building? What are we actually looking at? So we need to take care of that. And again, I'm going to cheat and use the one of these that got broken, it seems, by the editor. So let's pop over to the implementation file. In the implementation file, what we need to do is we need to, well, we're going to start with tick being true. We're going to set up setup, primary mesh, and root. So we're going to take our cube mesh that we just declared. So, hey, we have this. Is there a typo in the thing, really? I just noticed the E on base there. Whatever, this is the prep file. This isn't the actual tutorial file. I'll be more mindful of the E issue in the actual tutorial. So we have this thing called cube mesh, and cube mesh is a pointer. There's nothing there, so we need to say, what are we storing? What are we actually pointing to? Where is this memory address? Well, it doesn't exist yet. There is no memory address for this thing yet. So what we need to do is actually create the thing. So we're going to take cube mesh, and we're going to create default sub object. And so what this is doing is this is going to spawn in that object, or create this object in terms of C++ creation of an object or spawning of an object, so that we know when we load up the editor, we open this blueprint, we open the derived blueprint, hey, we should have a static mesh here. What the static mesh is will not be set. So technically, yeah. Vinyak, it's going to be this is the prep for a series of tutorials that I'll be doing for beginners. So we'll do a progression. Let me just get my thing back on screen to show you what we're talking about with the progression. Sorry, it's going to take me just a moment. Boom, boom, boom. That's the wrong folder. UE5, beginners, series notes. So we will be doing an endless runner. It's not multiplayer. We'll be doing a extension of that where we'll be making a clone of a game called Smash Hit. We'll then do a first replicated game, which will be called Marble Void. And then we will be doing a Battle Royale. We won't be doing all of these today. I am prepping these tutorials so that I can do a recording, a clean cut recording of what the for the tutorial. So before I do any tutorial that's on YouTube, typically what I do is I make my own version of it in private. I make my own test code. I make my own copy of the project. That way I can work through it. So all we're doing today is getting that set up, that test code. So the default subobject we are creating is a uStatic mesh component. And we're going to give this the name of Oh, sorry, I did that wrong. There we go. Cube mesh. Now, I don't need to give it the same name, but hey. And this creates the static mesh instance. Not an instanced static mesh, but the static mesh instance, if that makes any sense. Yep, so it's for a series, so I will be releasing those in rapid fire, hopefully, once I get to that stage. We want to make the cube the root component. We want the sweep, the collision detection, to be related to the cube. We're going to set root component, and we're going to pass in the cube mesh. And I'm going to copy my note to myself. Should I give the API for A actors, stroke A pawn, in the description of the tutorial? Yes. All right. Then we want to set our cube mesh to actually simulate physics. So we're going to do, oh, sorry, that's not right. Set simulate physics, and we're going to pass in true. We're going to pass in 1 as well. Then we're going to do cube mesh, and then we're going to do set mass override in kilograms, and we're going to take in our F name. Sorry, I was reading the text there. Cube mesh, that's where we're passing it to. We're going to use our mass from our attributes. And then we want to override the mass. So we're going to pass that in. Now, that is defaulted out to true already, so we don't need the true, but let's be safe. And then give API on this one. All right, so once we've done that, we also want to set our linear dampening. And this is just to give us finer control and make it a little bit easier to play. So we're going to set linear angular. Actually, we're going to set linear damping. And we're just going to set that out to 0.5. And then we're going to do a cube mesh again. And we're going to set angular dampening. And again, we're going to do 0.05. And then finally, we want to know if you overlap with things. We want certain things to happen. So we're going to do set generate overlap events to true. Then we need to set up the spring arm. Actually, that was one word, and we're going to use Pascal casing. And so we're going to do spring arm. And again, we have a pointer. We haven't said what this thing is yet. Now, fortunately, the spring arm, we don't have to set anything. It is just what it is. But we still need to create it. So we're going to do create default subobject. And this will be a U spring arm component. And we will name this as spring arm. And then we are going to attach this to our root component, which is the cube mesh. We're going to take our spring arm. We're going to do, you know what? I'm just going to start copying this bit here. I should start using my control and alt keys more. So set up attachment. And where we're going to attach this is the cube mesh. Wow, I am clearly having so many issues typing today. All right, then we're going to do a setting for our spring arm in terms of its collision test. So a way the spring arm works, when you're doing a collision test, it isn't checking, you know, should I be... It's checking should I be blocked. And what it does is it still moves, but it changes the length of the spring arm. So if you think about a third-person game, when you walk through a doorway and the camera suddenly like drops down a bit closer to the character, that's because the camera collided with the door frame, and the spring arm goes, okay, I don't want to clip through the door because you're going to see what's behind the map. I want to duck down under. Well, in an endless runner, in our case, we'll be outside. There won't be any walls to clip through, or we'll be above the wall. So we want not to do that test. We want the spring arm's length to stay relatively static. Or at least we want to be in control of when the spring arm length changes. So what we're going to do is we're going to say B for Boolean, do collision test. And we're going to say, no, we don't want to do a collision test by setting this to false. Likewise, we're going to do our camera lag. Now, if we weren't doing an endless runner, I would say having some camera lag is often good, but because we don't need to worry about sudden jerking movements, we're going to be in a very tight path on our left and right. We're only going to be moving straight. I don't want camera lag. Sorry, that should actually say false. And then we're going to do our settings for rotation, and we're going to use set using absolute rotation, and we want that to be true. Now, I do not know for the life of me why these two in the middle here are raw variables, while the other ones are functions, setter functions. I don't know why. Don't ask me. There is no equivalent for the function setters for these two, and likewise, you can't access the raw components within these two setter functions. So yeah, I mean, I kind of get this one, and these three to me are all in the same sort of category. So I get why you'd want the attachment point to be private and why you'd want to use a setter, but yeah, I think these should be functions too, to be very clear on what I'm saying. And then we're going to set the actual rotation for the spring arm. So we have the cube. We have this. I have dice somewhere and I can't find one. All right, so I'm going to take my contact case. We have my contact case. Let's imagine this is the cube for a second, and there is definitely a pen right there. And we have the spring arm as represented by this pen. So when we talk about the rotation, we're talking about the rotation of the spring arm relative to the cube. And we want our spring arm not to be here, not to be here, here, not to be here. We want it at this angle so that we can see in front of the player where the cube is, and so we can see the cube itself. If we're straight down, yeah, we're seeing the cube, but we only are seeing a very confined area in front of it, which defeats the ability to plan ahead on choices the player might make. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the rotation, and what we're going to do for that is set relative. Yeah, I know we just use absolute, but rotation. And we're going to just create an F rotator, and we're going to set the value to negative 35F, and then 0 in the other axes. All right. And then we're going to set the target arm length, and that is how long the pen is, so to speak. So are we like that? Are we like that? Are we like that? Sorry, I probably was off camera for that last one. So we're going to do target arm length, and we're going to set this to 1500. Yeah, 1500. Now, I tend for this to stay between 1000 and 2000 with absolute max of 3000 and min of 1000. All right. No, I skipped a terminator there. Sorry about that. And then finally, we need to set up camera. So we're going to take the player camera once again. It's a pointer. There's nothing there. We need to give it something. And again, like the spring arm, and unlike the static mesh, the camera is just the camera. There's nothing for us to set later on. So for here, for example, right now it's saying there's a cube mesh, but I could just say the word mesh. I could just say there's Bob, there's cat, there's tobacco, there's Q-tip or cotton bud, there's contact case. A name doesn't have meaning. All it's saying is there's a static mesh. I have named the static mesh cube mesh. I could put a sphere in there for all I care, actually, or all the game cares. But just like I said, I can put a sphere in there. I can put a rhombus in there. I can put a the little circle thing. Just torus. Wow, I blanked on the name for that. I'm not even sure that's right. It's empty, but at least we're saying, hey, have a static mesh ready. On spring arm and camera, there are no other things that could go in there. It's a spring arm and it's a camera. All right, so it's going to be the same as before. We're going to create default sub-object. And this will be uCamera component. And we're going to name this as camera. Right, so we're going to take the player camera. And we only are going to do this twice, but I'm still going to... Really? You're giving me that hard of a time? Okay, the alt and... Okay, whatever. And we're going to set up attachment, just like we did before. But now we're not attaching this to the cube. We're attaching this to the spring arm. So we're going to do spring arm. And then I know that the Oh, I hit control twice. That's wondering why that all popped up. We know that the socket name, just from experience, is called spring end point. So where are we attaching this thing to is a thing called a spring arm, this up here. Well, the spring arm component has a socket called spring end point, and we want the camera to attach to that. There's also a start point, and it automatically attaches itself to its parent object at the start point. All right, and then finally, we do this one more time, and we do B, use, pawn, control, rotation. And this is what's going to be what allows us to pawn. Hang on, let me just get this in here. This is what allows us to set or move our pawn the way we want to move it. Now, this might not be true. I think this is right, but double check this one later, because that could be actually true. All right, so that is our setup for this thing. Let's quickly build, make sure we have no errors. Now, if I were doing this and I didn't know what I was... I can see the typo. I see the typo. Oh my god. Right. Anywhere? Cool. Let me just take that, paste that there, delete the E, delete the E. All right, let's build again. All right. All right. Read is spelled wrong too. The joys of that double E issue. All right, and I only see 3 of those. We'll ignore the other errors because IntelliSense is just outright lying to us as usual. All right, so the errors we're getting now are understandable errors. It's going, these things don't exist. So really quickly, if I just do this, God, that was dirty, and then hit play or hit build, it will build successfully. All right, let me put this back in so that we can actually take care of doing that and get that properly set up. I'm just double checking something because I want to make sure there actually isn't a header I'm forgetting for this one. And give me one moment, because dollars to donuts, there's probably a header I forgot somewhere in here. Pawn. Spring arm, static mesh. Nope. I do know, however, that I am going to want the math utility from Unreal, so I am actually just going to add that in really quickly. All right. Let's go ahead and start defining these functions. Let's use the refactoring tool, which I rarely use on streams, I know. Boom. That is now in here. And this one is boilerplate from Unreal. So I'm literally just going to take... Oh, sorry. It's not boilerplate. Ignore me. First, what we're going to do is call the parent version of this. So we're going to do super. And we're going to set up... There we go. And we're going to pass the player input component in. Okay. And then we're going to actually have our bindings here. So our move right binding will go in there in a moment. Actually, let's start at the top of this. Let's go back to the actual proper window. Now, it's still thinking it's inheriting from a actor instead of a pawn. I just want to quickly build to see if we can get rid of that error. Oh, I will see that in another moment, I guess. But, oh no, it's gone away. Okay. Before we go back to begin play, I actually want to do our set initial location first, because that's the function I want to call on begin play. So we're going to do refactor, create function, and this one is fairly simple. All we're going to do for this is... I just might have overcomplicated it, actually, by putting the argument in. We're going to do initial location. We're going to set it equal to cube mesh. And then we're going to get, we're going to set it to its location. So we're going to get the cube mesh, and we're going to get component location. Yeah, we don't need that at all. I did not think that through. All right, let's just pop back over to the actual implementation file. And on begin play, what we're going to do is we are going to do our set initial location. Okay, awesome. We'll come back to the tick in a moment because the tick is going to be the long one for this one. And let's do our reset location. I did not mean to do that. I meant to hit create, not copy. Oh, I did not mean to do that either. I meant to click the X at the bottom. I'm having one of those days, apparently. So reset location, what we're going to do first is clear forward value. So we're going to do forward value, and this is why we need that default. We clear it here just because we don't want it moving while we're resetting. We set our reset timer to 0 as well in case it isn't for some reason. And then we reset location. So we're going to take the cube mesh, which is, again, the root. So when we move this, everything's going to move with it. And we're going to do set world location. It would also be helpful if I did not have QB mesh. And we're going to use initial location as our destination. That's why we set it at begin play. We can also set it when we start a new map. And we made it a function so that new maps can call that function up and reset the initial location. We want to set the physics, the linear velocity to 0 and the angular velocity also to 0. So we take the cube mesh and we are going to do set physics linear velocity, and we're going to do f vector, and then we're going to do 0 vector. So even though this should kill movement right here, this definitely kills movement. All right. I like how I put a Terminator on a comment. Yikes. Next, we're going to take the cube. Don't know what I just did there. We're going to take the cube mesh again, and we are going to set physics. Yeah, physics. Angular velocity in degrees. And we're going to do, again, a f vector. And we're going to do 0 vector. And again, I can literally... Oh, I did put Terminator up there. Okay. This also definitely kills movement, because we have two types of movement. We have the angular and the sort of linear stuff. We're going to reset our timer at this point. So B reset timer, we want to be set to true. Now, why we're doing this is our tick... Oh, sorry. What was the name of it? Reset timer active? B reset timer active. On our tick, when this is, because this is a custom movement, we are using our tick for it. When this is true, we start to change our timer. Right. Did I skip any methods? Oh, we have the move right and set movement. So let's do the move right. That way we can go back to the tick as well. And I'm going to do the same for our set movement. Just have them all ready for us. All right, let's pop back over here. And for our move right, what we're going to do is we are going to check if it's over its speed. If it isn't, then we are going to up its speed. Oh, so move right, yeah. Actually, move right, no. That's way simpler. Sorry, I'm thinking of the set movement. For the move right, we take the right input value, and we set it to value. This is just a wrapper to access that private method, or that private attribute, not method. For our set movement, this is where we're doing that check. So we're going to do if, and then we're going to take our velocity, which we will reset later. We're going to take the size of it, and we want to know, is this greater than the maximum speed times 100, like I said in the comment. And then if it is, what we're going to do is we're going to, so this is if over max speed. We are going to take the velocity. We are going to normalize it, which return a normalized scaled value between 0 and 1. We are then going to take the velocity. We are going to multiply it by itself and maximum speed times 100. And then because it's a vector, we're going to have the 0, 0 there at the end. Then we're going to make a local f vector called total velocity. Now I should name this local. And this will be f math. We're going to lerp between the two values. So what our speed is, we're lerping between the current speed and the speed we want to get to. So this is lerping back down to the max. And we're going to do get physics linear velocity. We're going to take the velocity. That's what we're currently at. And we don't care about the alpha there. So what we're trying to do is set this value by lerping between here and what we're currently at. And if not moving, change the 0, because that is the alpha. And then I forgot a terminator up here. What we're going to do from there is take our cube mesh, and we are going to set physics linear velocity, and we're going to do total velocity local. All right. Else, if we're not at the max speed, well, we can just take this. Actually, we can't. We're going to take the cube mesh, and we're going to do add force, and we're going to do an f vector. We're going to take our forward value, which is something that's always 1. We're going to take our right input value, which is what's set by the player. So that's between -1 and 1 with a default of 0. And we do not want to move in the z-axis, so that's going to be 0. We are going to multiply this by our controller force. And then we're going to multiply all of that by our mass. So that's how we set our endless run. This is what's setting that forward push, as well as controlling for our left and right movement. All right. My throat is really dry from rambling that long. I'm just grabbing the Dr. Pepper behind me. I'm going to open it and take a sip before I continue. Product placement, yo. Dr. Pepper, if you want to sponsor me, reach out. Sorry, I had to make the joke. All right, so that leaves our tick. And I'm going to write my comment as before. If anyone in here wants clarification on the comments, please ask before making assumptions. Unless you want me to humiliate you. So, explain tick, when to use. These are notes myself for the tutorial. When to use it in general. Explain why in an endless runner it makes more sense to use a tick rather than a timer. Explain the differences between BP tick, bad, usually but not always, and a C++ tick. Provide documentation and demonstrate the tick or BP tick array list. And it's actually the array list that I'm commenting on in this one more than anything. All right. So first, we want to make sure that the cube actually exists. Otherwise, we have issues. So we're going to do if cube mesh. Actually, you know, I'm thinking about this. We probably should have this as part of the begin play. But we're going to do it here. If the cube mesh does not exist, we're going to return. We're going to exit out of this function. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to get the velocity. So we're going to set our velocity by getting it. We're going to take the cube mesh, and we're going to get physics linear. It would help if I spelled things right. Get physics linear velocity. All right, so we want to set the velocity for movement I'm just going to get current velocity. All right, so what we'll do here is set movement. From set movement, we're going to check then if our reset timer is active. So be reset timer active. And so if that's true, then we're going to take our reset timer and we're going to add it to itself and delta time. All right, so if reset timer is equal to or greater than, remember we don't want to use equal to with floats. We want to use equal to or greater than or nearly equal. Now I don't want to make a function call to nearly equal. So because I don't want to make that function call, I'm just going to use the standard operator of greater than or equal to reset time target. Actually, that should be timer target to be fair. So I'm just going to come back in here, fix that. I only use it once. There we go. Also, why is there two E's in target? Jesus. That E issue is getting worse by the day. Okay. Cool. So if that is true, then what we're going to do is we are going to take the forward value. And remember, we've just cleared it down here. We set it to 0 here. We're going to take that value and we are going to set that to be the default forward value, which again, I just saw the double E issue. Jesus Christ. All right. We are then going to take the be reset timer active and we're going to set it to false now. So we fall out of this entire chain that we're looking at right here. And then we're going to take the reset timer and also, just to be on the safe side, set it to 0. Now, we set it to 0 in 2 places, as you can see, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. All right. Now that we have all this all set up, we need to actually call this up. So this is a small problem. We can't actually call anything up. Now, I'm going to cheat because I know what I'm going to name it in a moment. So I'm just going to write this function, but I could not typically write this function without having done something previously. I mean, I could actually write it and do what I'm about to do if I just make... Sorry, it's not cheating. I have a method I prefer. I prefer setting my access and input events first in the editor, then using the names I put in the editor in code. We could do it in reverse. Just so long as the names are the same, we're good. So I'm going to do player input component. And I'm going to do bind axis. And the axis, so bind axis is saying we're looking for a tick-based input event. As compared to input event, which is looking for when a key press happens. It's a query around, hey, is this key been pressed or not? So if you ever used OpenGL, for example, when it does the update events, that's that query around key presses. It happens during the main loop of the window. So the main loop of the window is really that tick sort of component of the window. The bind access is it's that running that every tick, not just looking has this been pressed. It's always sending something, which is why I said, for example, the move right ranges between -1 moving to the left and 1 moving to the right, or pressing the A left or D key right. For a QWERTY keyboard. If you're pressing neither key, it's still sending a value to the system. It's still sending a value of 0 because you're still needing to calculate what that value is every frame. So this is always going to be 1 unless we're resetting, then it goes to 0. And then when we reset it after it's done, it gets its default value back of 1. This can be -1, it can be -0.5, it can be 0, it can be 0.5, it can be 1, anything between those. So we constantly need that updated. Now, what we're going to call this event is the move right event. And we then are going to say, where is this object? What is the user class? Where is the user? The user is in this class. So they are here in this object. All right, and then we have what is the method that we are pointing to. So we're going to have a pointer or a method pointer. So this is Again, like an OpenGL, all of what glue is, for example. Or glad if you prefer glad. All right, so for this, what we're going to do is we're going to take the reference to the A player cube base with its annoying extra E, and we're going to look for the move right method. And that is just how we do it. All we're doing is pointing to that thing. The funny part is, I think I did this in this order when I did the original recording. So we're just going to build this real quick, make sure we have no significant errors, and pray that everything is working. The microphone is literally covering that part of the screen, which is why I keep tilting my head. As you can see, it is built successfully with no errors. So if we hit the debugger, we'll get the editor to load up. We'll create this move right. I'm actually going to very quickly copy that so that I don't have any typos between the two, like movie right. And then we will hopefully be able to see this in action, assuming it's actually building. Oh, sorry, assuming it builds quickly. All right, so I saw a movement out of my corner of my eye. I was like, what the hell is my neighbor doing? It's their laundry flapping on the clothesline. All right, so for this, we're going to go first to Edit, Project Settings, and then we're going to go to Input. Sorry, the camera, the microphone arm is actually blocking that. And here's our axis mappings. We're going to add one in. This is move right. And we're going to assign a value of A as a scale of -1, because that's moving to the left. And then we're going to have, oh, that was not the one I meant to press. And then we're going to have a second input binding for move right, which will be the letter D on a QWERTY keyboard. And that will be a value of 1. So that is moving to the right. Alrighty, let's close that out. And, well, next what we're going to do is we are going to, in our endless runner here, we're going to create a new folder called Maps. And in Maps, we're going to create another new thing called Level. Actually, we're not going to do it that way. Delete, please. We're going to go to File, New Level. That way I can do it this way. We're going to take Basic. And, all right, here we are. I want to get rid of the floor for now. Actually, no, we're going to leave the floor. We're just going to reassign the values to be 1 on all axes. Can you please undo? Thank you. I want that on. All right, there we go. Cool, there's our floor. We don't need the volumetric clouds. Everything else, you know, is optional. I really could give a rat's about the exponential height. Actually, no, I want the exponential height fog. Okay. Skysphere, do we actually need that? No, we don't, because we're not doing anything with time. Cool, there we go. So I'm going to quickly save this. This will go into endless runner map, and this will be map 01. All right, now all I'm going to do is I don't really care which way this is. Let's do 15 that way. Let's undo what I just did because I forgot to click that lock again. 15. There we go. All right. So we have a map area. Let's go back up to endless runner. Let's do a new folder called core. And in here, we're going to create another subfolder called player. All right, let's go to our class file we just created. Let's right click it and create a blueprint class based on it. We're going to put it in endless runner core player. And this will be BP player cube. Right, really quickly before I forget, I'm going to go to edit, editor preferences, and then I'm going to change this to main window. There we go. That just so it doesn't pop up that way. All right, so here is our player character thingy. It's beautiful, isn't it? Isn't that just wonderful to see? Really, it's there. You just, you know. There's the camera up there. That's the spring arm in red. There's a camera highlighted. And our cube is missing because all it is hang. There's an object that is called cube mesh. We have to assign it here. I can assign that giant sphere instead, but we're going to do a cube. There we go. There is our cube. All right, so if I save this, I'm just going to set this so it compiles on save always. If I take this and, well, place the cube here, it should work, right? Actually, that cube is massive. I'm not a fan of that. I'm going to resize the cube in a moment. Ruh-roh. Something's wrong. Well, first, let me just show you that the cube isn't working properly. You saw it move a little bit, but it's not moving, right? Whereas if I do this and hit play, it's moving, and then it stops. We have 3 issues really on screen we have to talk about. First, the camera's not rotating with it. I wonder why. Clearly I know, by the way, or have a good idea. 2, well, yeah, that's happening. 3, we're not the pawn. Now, I could demonstrate why this is happening really quickly. One of those issues, the second one, why it's not moving. By turning on a constraint. I'm not selected the right thing, that's why. So if we want to lock, I'm going to lock position on the x-axis, and you're going to watch the cube just go across the screen now. Without any problem. Again, notice we aren't actually the cube. It's still going. It's going to keep going. So we don't want to lock the axis. That would be useful if we never could fall, but we have an edge of our map. So we do want that. Instead, what we need to take care of is the physics material. Right now, there's too much friction. We're simulating physics, and this thing has its own simulation for physics. So in core, we're going to create a... Actually, can we do it without going to do that way? Nope. We're going to create a new folder called PhysMat for physical materials. And in our physical materials folder, what we're going to do, if I can actually see what I'm looking for. Sorry, microphone is definitely in the way. We're going to take a basic physics material. We're going to name this PM for physics material. Frictionless surface. Right, we're going to set the friction here to 0. That's all. We could have some other stuff in here, but we're going to set it to 0. And static friction will also leave at 0. None of the other settings matter. Right, let's just select this for a moment. And there's our physics override. We're going to just drag and drop that in there. And let's hit play. And notice now it's moving on that surface until boink. All right. So, hey, we have this pretty much set up. Now, I know I'm not going to actually use this map as the default for everything, but for now, I'm just going to go to Project Settings, Maps and Modes, and we're going to change that from Open World to Map 01. All right. There we go. So what we need to do now is get our character, our player, into that thing, or we need to worry about the rotation. I'm going to worry about the rotation bit first. So I'm going to close this out, and what I'm going to do just to mess with things is that absolute rotation. I'm going to try that as false and see what happens. Now, I could have actually gone into the settings of the actor itself or the pawn itself and changed it there to see. But hey, we're going to try it this way first. And wait for the thing to load. Now I'm kicking myself for not having done it the faster way. All right, let's select this. Now, the way I'm going to tell if this is rotating is I'm going to look at this and here. Just going to do that. And there we are. We are rotating with it properly. So now when we put it this way, notice where the camera is. If we hit play, we run into that issue though. So what might be wrong there instead is... where is that setting? This one. That might be the issue. Now, instead of just recompiling this over and over again and testing, let's open up the blueprint. And we're going to open up the full blueprint editor because I prefer doing it this way. It's just easier for me to read. So I can select which of these I'm looking at. And we're going to just... No, we're not going to do that. There are settings that are exposed. Sorry, I am looking for rotation. I thought we set that to true. Oh, we set it to false. Okay. So we're gonna do, what's it? I always forget. Rotation. Thank you. That's useful. We're gonna turn that on and see how that looks now. Notice now we have that issue where, hey, the camera's down there and it still is moving the wrong direction. So that is clearly not the setting we want. So let's turn that off. Let's go to our cube itself. And I think that is either yaw or pitch, I forget. Or sorry, yaw or roll. All right, let's hit play. Okay, clearly not right still. Let's hit play just to see what happens when we do it that way. See how it's still doing that? So something is clearly still off there, by the way. Actually, we're going to try all of these because I can never remember which one it is. I always have to trial and error this myself. Nope. And I'm going to cheat if this isn't it and look at my other project files to work it out. Yeah, we're going to cheat and look at my other project files to work it out because I always forget this setting. Honestly, like, I literally always forget it. Take your time, Sam. Take your time. But that's the secondary issue because what we can do instead for now, if we really felt like being cheeky, set that back to 1. And set this to 15 instead. And we just drag our little cube guy this way. So I'm holding the shift key down, by the way, to move with it. So now if I hit play, it's moving the right way. The camera's facing the wrong way now. There we go. Boink. Alrighty, so let's just bring this back over here to the very start of this area. There we go. And there we are. I like how we have God rays off the camera there. That is kind of sad. We should not be casting shadow with the camera. That should not affect lighting. You don't exist. So, just thinking about what we want to do next with this. Sorry, I am literally just thinking and my brain has gone blah. Right. Player mode we're going to do next. Now, I'm going to be a bit cheeky about this. We're going to just do this using a blueprint. So I'm going to create a new folder called Settings. Just pop it open. Create a new blueprint class of game mode base. And we're going to call this BP game mode. Let's pop it open. Let's close it out. Let's pop it open again. All right, so for our player pawn default class, we're going to do BP player cube. Did I not capitalize BP in that? Really? Okay. Oops. There we go. Let's make sure that this actually updated correctly as well. It did. Let's go back to world settings. And in our override, can I just drag that in? No. Well, oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Can I? Yes, I can. So we're just going to drag BP mode in. Wasn't sure that changed in Unreal 5. We hit play now. Well, notice where we are. Okay, so that's not useful. Now we have two options to address this. Either we could put a player start in. So we go here, type in player start, and we can drop that there and hit play. And notice that we have two cubes, and I can push this other cube off. Yeah. And there it goes to its ultimate end. Or, alternatively, my other option, we can delete that player start. We can select the cube here, go up to here, look for possess, and auto possess player 0. Now, if I hit play now, we are that cube we have on the map. So there are 2 ways in which we can tackle it. Also, the left and right movement are working, as you can see, hopefully. All right. So that gets us through setting up the player. Just give me 1 second. I want to figure out if I need anything else for that. I mean, I know there's still that other error, but I'm just not going to worry about it for right now. Okay. So we're going to set up our reset for when we knock things off first. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our endless runner class files, go into our core. We're going to create a new class. This will be of a actor. I am not being mistaken this time, or not making a mistake this. No, it won't. I am being wrong. We're going to go to all classes, and we're going to do trigger box. Now we could do trigger base, but I found trigger box just works better. We're going to select that. This will still be in public. We'll still keep it in core. And what we're going to name this is our reset trigger base. Now, reset can mean a couple of different things. Reset could be either resetting the level or resetting to a level. So in other words, going to the next level. So it might be set trigger base. I just like reset because the primary use for it will be resetting when we fall off the map. But we will also probably use this to set the next map when the player has reached the end of it. If you want to do multiple maps. K-Beard, welcome in, man. How are you doing today? All right, let's go ahead and create that. And there we are. We're going to get that reload thing in just a moment because it's, there we go. I'm going to let this do what it's doing first. Okay, cool. I'm going to minimize that, close that. Yes, reload. Yes, stop debugging. That's why I did all the settings before we did this. All right, so in here, all we're going to do is we're going to actually have a callback function that we need to reference. So that callback function is defined by Epic for us. So we're going to do public, so we have easy access to it. It is virtual void, and then we want notify actor begin overlap, and then the arguments we need to pass in is an A actor pointer, and we're going to call this other actor, and this is again something that comes from the parent class where we're going to override. All right. So with that done, we can then define this in the class file. All right, there we are. Let's just pop over to the class file. And in the class file, what we're going to do with this is fairly simple. First, because we're overriding, we are going to call super. And then we're going to do notify begin actor overlap. And we're going to pass in other actor. Right. Just woke up, about to get jamming. I had an idea last night, gonna mess with some touch inputs. Fair enough, have fun with that, my friend. We're gonna check if the other actor actually exists. We wanna make sure this is not just a null pointer. Is there no null pointer? Is this actually something, is there actually something there? And then we're gonna do, we need a reference to the player cube, unfortunately. And so we're going to do include, unfortunately, as I said, endless runner. I like it that way. Player cube.h. Oh, sorry, player cube basey. There we go. Sorry, I skipped a file. Core. Now we should have it. All right. We could check, is this actually equal to the player cube? Now, we're going to do that down here as well. We don't want to cast until... Sorry, we could have skipped this and done that, what I just said. But I don't want to. I want not to cast unless we have no other choice. So I'm going to take a sip of my drink, and then I'm going to continue that sentence, because I can feel my gums. I should have water up here, but I don't have any bottled water for today. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm actually going to cheat because a ding typo, and this is going to drive me up the wall. I'm going to copy that class name. We're going to declare a pointer to it, a reference pointer, called target. I'm going to call it target local. And we're going to cast to a player base, and we're going to use as the object reference for this the other actor. So here is our source that we're using to see, all right, can we cast this? If this succeeds, then target local will not be a null pointer. So let me just break this into 2 lines for a moment. If we ended the line there, Unreal is automatically going to say this is a null pointer. We then do this. Let's then actually take this down here, make this into 2 lines properly. We're then saying take this null pointer and set it to a player cube base if possible. And what are we setting to that is this other actor. If this other actor actually belongs to that, then this will fill and it'll be no longer a null pointer. If this line fails, this remains a null pointer. Why does that matter? Well, that matters because what we're going to do is then check if target local is not equal to a null pointer. If it is not equal to a null pointer, then we have our target. And actually, no, we're not going to use this for resetting the players, bringing them to a new map, because we're doing something different here. We're just going to grab the target local, and since we have a reference to it, we're going to access one of the public functions we called reset location. There we go. And oh, that's why it's different. Okay. So I was just thinking about something. That takes care of that class. So if we go ahead and debug this, we can literally just drag this actor out. We don't need to make a derived BP class from it, and it should work perfectly fine. We have an error, though. Cool. What is our error? Thought you were supposed to be last. Oh, no, it's generated its last. That was stupid of me. That was basic Unreal stuff that I forgot about for a moment. All right. Sorry, just waiting for this thing to build again. You guys probably now are realizing how much I added out of this sort of stuff. So, like, when I say in a video, oh, it's been 5 minutes, like, when I say in a video, what do I... Yeah. Oh, yeah, when I say in a video how long I've been recording for, and I go, oh, we're, 36 minutes into this, and you're looking at the video going, we're 28 minutes into this. What's happened is I've had to either reset, compile, or I was sneezing a lot in some videos. All right, so let's go to our engine. Nope, let's go to our C++ classes, public endless runner, core, reset trigger. There it is. And what we're going to do is we are going to set our scale to 15 and 15, 150. Oh, yeah, that's long enough. Okay. Let's actually go to 20 on the sides there, 25. All right, and I'm just going to move that way. Oh, wow, it isn't long enough. Okay. I'm just going to go to 250. A little bit long, but it doesn't really matter. All right. And next thing we need to do to make sure this works right is not have it there. Talk about an endless loop. Endless loop runner. There we go. Let's have it down there. And just because this is going to drive me up the wall, let's center that a bit. Now, actually, to be fair, what I should have done is gone to perspective, top mode, and our collision box is definitely not centered. There we go. In fact, there we go. Still not perfectly centered, but it's good enough for my prep work. All right, if I hit play. I didn't hit save earlier, did I? I did not. All right, 250, 25. I will resolve that before I actually do the real tutorial. There we go. Cool. All right, let's move this to the start of the thing over here. Line this up on the center. And I'm going to go back to top mode. And hey, we're pretty good for our thing. Okay. Sweet. So if I hit play, we're moving forward. I have my right and left as we saw earlier. Let's go off the edge. All right, so there is an issue to be aware of. So what can we do to resolve that? Well, let's try something. I have an idea that I want to lock the rotation of our cube. So again, I like having this part of it open so I can do it this way. And I think it's not called lock. Okay, cool. We're going to lock rotation on the X. Or Z. So now when I go over... Oh, we're still having that issue. Cool. Right. Well, let's just do it on all for now. See what happens. There we are. I tip over. There we go. And then the reset delay. Then we start moving again. Cool. So let's translate that, what we just did here, over onto our actual C++ code. So let's just pop back over to our C++ for this. Go to our player cube base. And notice that we're doing this in the player cube itself. Or sorry, in the cube mesh itself. So we're going to do cube mesh. Actually, before we do this, let's just pop back over here. Save everything, so I don't have to redo the map. Cube mesh, and then what was this called? Constraints lock rotation. So let's look for lock rotation. Set lock rotation. Cool. I don't know what it's called, so we're just gonna go to the API for this one because I don't remember. All right, and this is UE5 C++ API. Lock rotation. Not what I'm looking for. I'm curious to see what is actually called. Okay. Okay, I'm actually going to use this guy's code for just a moment. So it is body instance. I'm actually going to just take that and paste that into there. Also useful. It is body instance. Cool. Right. So we have this. We do body instance.b lock. I should just try lock rotation equal true. Let's go back to our class here. Let's undo these. Let's hit compile, hit save. Save this as well. Yes. Close it out, and let's restart it just to see if that's worked. Let it finish out what it's doing, and hit the debugger. Right, so hopefully that works, and we now have a cube that's locked using the C++ code instead of using our blueprint that we derived from our C++. All right, I had a moment there. What I want to do is open this up. Now, this might look wrong, and that's fine if it does. What we're going to pay attention to, however, is it is wrong. Just going to humor myself for a moment here by checking something. And that is, I'm pretty sure it's wrong, and I'll tell you why I'm pretty sure that it's wrong. Just want to create a test version really quickly just to make sure. Yeah. So the way I know it's wrong was if this was even false, that's fine. What needs to be true, what needs to be marked is the little arrow here. So if I click that, really? So you see that arrow there? That's what I'm looking for. What is going on with this one? Constraints. Just really quickly, I want to see if it actually is working correctly. No, it isn't. Okay. So that wasn't right. Let's do B lock X rotation is true. We're going to just paste this down here, and this will be B lock Y rotation. And then again, B, and I'm deleting this so I can make sure that it actually does have something. B lock Z rotation. Okay, let's try that instead. Let's also save this. Actually, before I go farther forward, what I want to do is I want to set up our next object that we're going to work on, which will be our Optical Master. So, that's going to be of type A actor, and we'll put it in our core just like before. So, again, save all. I can see that. What are you doing? Oh, hit import. That's why. All right. Let's go into there. Go into Endless Runner core. We're going to create a new class that will be of type A actor that we will call Optical Base, not Master. Base. So I got pairing of those two E's again. And again, it's public. We're in the Endless Runner. We're in the core. We're going to create class. This gives us a good excuse to exit the editor and restart it. We're going to let it do its thing really quickly there. Okay, let's minimize this. Let's get rid of you, and let's reload all. Yes, that will stop debugging. That's perfectly fine. That gets us through what we want to get through. And yeah, so while we're waiting to test that, let's also set up our Optical Master so that we can derive from it and test that as well. Our Optical Master is, interestingly enough, going to need our Reset Master and a static mesh. So, and probably might need our core minimal, I'm not sure. So first we're going to do include. And we need component. Or components. Static mesh component.h. I'm in the wrong file. Ignore me doing that. We need that in here. Oh, we do need core minimal. It gives it to us right away anyway. I lied. We don't need core actor. I really messed that up. We do need core minimal though. Let's paste that in. What we need is actually for it to be the child of our reset trigger. So we're gonna do include And then we're going to do endless. Oh, reset trigger. There we go. That was easy. We change the public here to a reset trigger base. I'm just going to grab it from here, paste it there. There we go. So we have our constructor. I'm not going to worry about putting in all the lovely little things I did in here. I will do that for the tutorial though. We have our constructor. We have our begin play, which we actually really don't need to do anything with. So honestly, we can get rid of this. We don't need it. In fact, actually, I want to go back to here. And, yeah, well, I don't need to worry about there, actually. I'm more concerned about it here. I'm going to go into here really quickly and just set this to false. Because this doesn't need to tick. Right, so what we do need is our static mesh. That's it. That's all we need here is our static mesh. Because the functionality of this is being handled by its parent. When we hit an obstacle, we'll reset our player. So we'll do a U property. And you know what we're going to do is we're going to cheat and go in here and just actually take this. All of that. There we go. Ah. Paste that in. Get rid of that. So we do want it to be visible anywhere. Blueprint read only. Category. We don't have any other things we're going to have. And instead of cube mesh, we'll call this obstacle mesh. Boom. Done. Right? Well, that's our header done. Let's head over to our... Sorry, that typo was going to bug me. Let's head over here. Not only do we need this to be set this way, we need to consider the fact we're inheriting from the trigger base. Because we're inheriting from the trigger base, we need to make sure that this is visible. Now, I'm going to skip this step in the actual tutorial to show the error, to explain. So when I'm explaining things in the live stream, I'm explaining things because I know what's going to happen. Sometimes I will intentionally make things wrong and show you guys that stuff. We did it earlier today in the tutorials because some things are really hard to explain without actually seeing the error. I actually make the errors occur. And we're going to start with one of those. And you're going to see the comments I write for how I know to do that. So we're going to do... Actually, I forgot to do one. Crap. Literally going to do one of those comments. Okay. Those were one of those comments. This is going to be the other one. Set actor hidden in game. And we're going to set this to false, which is what we do want. I'm going to say skip initially to show error. All right. So there we go. Next, what we're going to do is we need to set up the mesh. And all we're going to do for this is we're going to do the obstacle mesh. And we're going to do create. Let me do that again. Create default sub object. And we're going to use the U static mesh. Really? You're going to give me this much of a hard time? U static mesh component. And we're going to name this component as obstacle mesh. Mesh. All right, I didn't stop like I said I would. Then we're going to take the obstacle mesh again. We're going to set up attachment. And we do have a root actually, and that is our collision component. And we have a function to get it. So we're going to do get collision component. This function, get collision component, that we're having an error on, is going to say it doesn't exist in a actor. It doesn't exist in a actor. It exists in, not in here either, but in trigger box. We're inheriting from trigger box in our reset trigger. Our obstacle is now inheriting from our trigger base, which is inheriting from that, which is inheriting from trigger box, which gives us access to this function. So it says is argument of U shape component is incomplete. Okay, that's not the error I expected. Did I mess something up? Use static mesh component, pointer, obstacle mesh. No, I did not. All right, I'm assuming that is still due to the fact that I have switched around our inheritance here a bit, what have you. We'll compile in a moment and see if that actually is the root cause of this issue or not. All right, we're going to do obstacle mesh. We're going to get it again. We're going to do set relative scale 3D. We're going to do f vector 0.75, comma 0.75, and 0.75. All right. Why are you... Oh. Set relative scale 3D. There we go. All right, let's just build really quickly, make sure this works. Or compiles, that is. Oh, we have some errors. Lovely. Oh. Okay, now let's build. Okay, so what the heck is going on here? A obstacle base, obstacle mesh, create default sub object, U static mesh component, obstacle mesh, set up attachment, get collision component. Argument U shape component is incompatible with the U scene component. Why do you think it's a scene component? Use static mesh component, reset trigger base, generated. Class, we're inheriting from the right thing. Visible anywhere, blueprint read only. Use static mesh pointer, that's all right. Let's head over here for a minute. We don't set anything in here, so why are we getting that error message? Sorry, the microphone is definitely in the way right now. All right, let's actually look at something that's useful. UScene component setup attachment. F name cannot convert one argument U shape component to UScene component. Lovely. Note types pointed are unrelated. Conversion requires reinterp cast, C style cast, or function style cast. Note C declaration of UScene component setup attachment. All right, let's actually do that. Let's take their advice and go see that. So we're just going to copy that part of the output there and go to Google and get rid of that first quote. I have like incense stuff all over my keyboard. I knocked over an incense holder yesterday after stream. Actually, I think it was yesterday before stream. All right, so UScene component attachment. It wants the scene component and the socket name. What we want is the U static mesh component in C++. So we're going to go through here for a moment and look for set up. So we're going to look for the word attachment. All right, so it's not in here. We're not overwriting it. Let's go up one level. So we have our U mesh component. It's in there. Or not. Okay, let's go up another level. U primitive component. It's going to be in the scene component above it. Sorry, I see where it's going to be. So we have attachment. Okay, so we don't have a set attachment in this, so we're going to go up one more level, and now we're back where we started. So we have attached to component. Welcome back, Sam. We have convert attachment location. We have get attachment root. We get attached root actor. We get attached to K2 attachment component on attachment change. Set up attachment. Which is looking for another uScene component. Now, what's curious about this is let's just make sure, thinking of inheritance, that we've done this correctly. All right. So what I want to do, since we're trying to attach it to this thing, is look at a trigger box, and we want to see the documentation for it. A trigger box is a child of a actor, which is a child of a view object, which is a child of view object base utility. So there is our problem. Let's go down to this set up attachment. This is looking for something that is a uScene component. So anything that inherits from uScene component is something we could use here. This is an A actor. But that might not be the problem. We're using this get collision attachment. So let's see what get collision attachment returns. So we're going to do get. Okay, it's actually going to be in a trigger base, by the way, is the get collision attachment. Get collision component attachment, sorry. So that returns a U-shape component. So let's take a look at U-shape component. U-shape component is not in that same line that we were just talking about. It is not in this. Let's go back to the top of this thing. It is not in this hierarchy of uScene component. So if I search for it, we can't find it. It's not in that hierarchy. So that is our issue. We are returning the wrong type here. Now, here's $1 million question for you. I have used this code before, and I don't know how it's worked now. What the heck? So what I'm going to quickly do is make sure I've not done something silly in the reset trigger that I've just completely missed. A trigger box. Yep. Okay, no, I don't know what the heck I've done differently. I'm just having a moment where I'm double checking my notes. Interesting. So, yeah, I don't know what I've changed. All right, so what we're trying to get is from a trigger, get the actual thing that makes it up. So, you know, I saw something earlier that might have been useful. We're going to try to get root attachment really quickly instead. No, it isn't. You inherit from it. Okay, why are you not happy with this? You do inherit from that, right? Really quickly, what I'm going to do is just undo that for a second. I'm going to get rid of this line. I'm going to build. Okay. I'm going to add this line back in. So what we're going to do is just go back to this API really quickly. And we want to be in here. We want to be in our shape component here. And we want to get the root of this. So I'm just going to go through. Not seeing what I'm looking for. First, I'm going to close out the extra ones that are going to confuse me for a moment. Let's open a new box component. Let's get this in the right order. Okay. So it's not going to be, which one are we in? Okay, you know what? Full screen, yo. Alright, it is not in the primitive component. Not in there. Where the heck is this thing at again? Come on, load. Please load. That is not what I wanted, but... yeah. Yeah, that's the same site we were just on a second ago, wasn't it? Where are you actually stored? U-shape component. U capsule component. Cool. U-shape component. I hate finding methods sometimes. UE5 method finder. That is not what I'm looking for. inline U-shaped component. Pointer, okay. A trigger base. A trigger base. Is that what I did wrong? Is that what I did wrong? A trigger base. It is. No, it isn't. A trigger box. A trigger. Did I misread this then? A trigger base, okay. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely in the wrong area. Cool. I'm just thinking about my options. You know what? We're gonna switch this over to we're gonna try a different approach to this, okay? We're gonna undo a lot of what we did already. We're gonna leave this bit as is, and except we are gonna go back to what we were earlier, and we're gonna do sorry, I'm just thinking about this. Do I actually want to change this over to A actor? Yeah, we're going to do this as A actor. We're going to get rid of... we're going to cut that for now, but I'm going to just keep it in my, thingamajigger. We're going to do include game framework, if I remember correctly. I always forget. Actor.h. Okay, that's right. Cool. I always forget if it's actually capital F on that or not. So we'll inherit from A actor instead. We'll have the default constructor. There's our optical mesh. We'll create a U proper. And you know what? Just in case I do need it, by the way. There we go. I'm going to take this line. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. Paste that in. Drop that down a couple lines. So U property visible anywhere, blueprint read only, category master. We're going to do U box component. And we'll do trigger volume. Sorry, I did that wrong. Oh, I could have just gone back and hit the thing, but I couldn't remember. Ignore me. I'm just talking to myself now. Why don't you like U-box component? U-box. Because I haven't included a U-box component. That would be useful to include. So, well, that's fairly easy to find because, hey, we have include components. Box component dot h. There we go. Right. Oh, I wish I hadn't deleted it now. Protected. Virtual void begin play override. Now we don't need the tick. I think that's everything. Let's go back here. Create definition. This is gonna be really easy. Super. Begin play. That's not what I said to do. Cool. UObject. Yeah, well, we're not in UObject. Get over yourself. Stop lying to me, IntelliSense. Yeah, I know that wasn't found. I want that error to go away. Alright, let's do that the long way. Let's just do that. Get rid of that thing that we were using just as a lookup point. Alright, there we go. It succeeded. See, IntelliSense, you're wrong. Alright, yeah, let's get rid of this for now. This is wrong. I know this is wrong. Let me just get this running and figure out what I've done wrong. It's really annoying when the boilerplate stuff you mess up like this. It's really, really frustrating because you're like, this is really simple stuff, and I know it's really obvious whatever I've messed up, and I'm just not seeing it. And that always frustrates me. First, I want to test one thing before we do that. Did this work correctly? It did. Okay, that's lovely. Awesome. That's wrong one. This is why they want to quickly create this. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's definitely wrong. I don't know how I did it the first time then. Don't save. I know this is wrong because I needed this. And the reason I needed this was we weren't inheriting from a actor. We were inheriting from this thing. And I'm just going to double check that I've not completely lost my mind on something. And this should inherit from trigger box, which it does. I am pretty sure that this doesn't also add anything in. Just double checking my notes. Nope. So I have Okay, let's just reset this back to where it should be. Let's get rid of A actor again. We want static mesh component. We want that to go bye-bye. We don't need that. Never really did for this one even, anyway. We want instead the... Instead of that, we want the reset. I'm gonna just cheat a tiny bit. And we're gonna do it this way. Yeah. And this will be a reset trigger. You practice visual envelope, blueprint read only, category master, U, static mesh component. Just in case for some reason I didn't mean to do that. Use static mesh component, pointer, optical mesh. All right, and our constructor set, yep. I don't want this on true, but for now, let's see what happens. Okay. Create default sub-object. U, static mesh component. Set up attachment. Huh. So I know in previous codes this has worked. Now the funny part is this is the thing that was glitching out earlier when we resumed the video, or resumed this part of the series. So there we go. We'll do it that way. It seems to accept get root component. Okay, so I don't need that anymore either. We can delete that. Let's go to class content, public, endless runner, core. We're gonna take our obstacle. We're gonna create a new blueprint from it. This will go into endless runner, core. Really should have a new folder in here called actors, but we'll call this BP Optical. Cool. Let's just move this into, yeah, we'll put this in a category or folder called actors. Drop that into there. Move. Save all. And then let's just take this, put in a cube. There we go. So if we compile, and let's just drop this right here. Let's just size it up a bit. Let's make this double the size. And I'm just gonna lower it a bit more. Hit play. There we go. All right. Oh, I was a little bit too close that time. I saw a little bit of a cheat I can do. Okay, there we go. And we're around it without a problem. So, what we do want to do then is come into here, grab this part, and set that to hidden in game. Hit play. And now when we collide with it, we don't need to see the box. There we go. Is there a difference between the cubes I used, I wonder? Engine mesh cube. Ah, there is a difference. Okay. Let's just change this out to something else then. Engine mesh cube. Yeah, that's bigger. That is significantly bigger. Let's go back to the smaller cube then, and we'll just resize on this end. But that means now what we can do is we can create obstacles for the player to weave through. So for example, we hit play. It'd be helpful to actually click on the screen. It's like, why is this not moving? There we go. Or we can do things like we can create an actor that stores different patterns. So we might have, say, let's create some patterns up here. Let's just do, I'm going to take this one. I'm just going to move it here. I'm going to duplicate it again. Move it there. Actually, I probably should be doing this from top perspective, to be fair. There we go. In fact, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to start with this one. Move it there. Grab this one. Bring it about there, and just repeat that. There we go. I mean, this is more level design than the coding side of it, but hey, we need something we can demonstrate with, right? And I'm going to select all 4 of these, and I'm going to duplicate them by holding down the Alt key. And then I'm going to rotate them 180 degrees. That was too far. There we go. That did not work the way I wanted it to. I'm going to rotate them 90 degrees to get what I want. Yes, 90 degrees. And we're going to just move this to this end and place it over here. All right, let's save. Let's go back to perspective. Let's hit play. There we go. Okay. So that is an example of a setup. Like I said, we can also then create actor or a blueprint actor for that just has a bunch of cubes and different patterns. Hell, it can even be randomized. We'll actually be talking about that for the smash hit one. All right. The other thing we need to take care of, if we're following the setup I did for the original series for beginners, is that we need to include a save and level jump element. So, just thinking about how I want to tackle that, to be fair. That's all. Actually, there's something else I want to do first, because it's going to impact on the save system. It's going to impact on other parts of it. Sorry, I got to type out Discord. It's going to impact on the save system, and I want to add in a life counter. And what we're going to do is We're going to back over to here. We're going to go back to our player cube base. And we're going to add in a... we're going to add in a new private integer. This will be player lives. And it will be a int life count. And we'll say, let's start with 3 lives. And then we're going to have a... Sorry, I have these organized in a particular way in my head. I always have my getters at the bottom. So we're going to do force inline. And this will be get player, or get life count, which is a const. It'd also be helpful if I actually do this correctly. Const return life count. There we go. Sorry, int. Be really helpful if I included all the parts of a signature if I'm going to use that function. Right, so we're going to take a life count, and we're just going to go back here and find our reset. So every time we reset the location, we're most likely going to want to remove a life. Now, we might also want to do a setting to see why we're doing the reset, but our 2 conditions where we're calling it when we hit an obstacle and we fall off the map are the only 2 times we call that function. Since we only call it there currently, I'm fine just by doing this. Decrement our life count. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to add another check into here, and I'm going to make a note to myself: skip this check until after life count. And that is not our life count, but is this true? But we want it to be false. So if B timer or reset timer active is false, then we want to be able to move the character. Otherwise, we don't want to. And we're going to do here. Actually, we're going to move this line down. Oh, I went too far. We're going to do if life count is not equal to 0. All right, now I'm going to hit stop, and we're going to rebuild this really quickly. Now, we won't have any visual representation of this. I'll just keep falling, I think. Actually, ooh, I don't know what's going to happen. This is going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure I won't keep falling. I will reset location. But, meh. Alright, so we're going to hit play. 1. I forgot to test something. 2. Yeah, I can't move until after. 3. Cool. I mean, I guess what we could do is an and in there. And life counter is greater than 0. That would resolve that issue. All right, so we have that done. Yeah, what I'm going to do next is our widgets, actually. So we can see that. So we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it widgets. And we're going to do the widgets C++, but we're going to create them first in Blueprint. So it'll be WBP, main UI. Okay. So let's first add a canvas panel to the sucker. Cool. We're gonna need a text box, really. So we're gonna have two texts on screen. Let's take this first one. We're gonna call this timer or time. Actually, we're gonna need 3. So we're gonna have time, lives, and score. All right, so let's take time first, and what we're gonna do is put dummy text in. So for dummy text, I always use the caret or the curly brackets to indicate that I'm going to be using a setter to actually set the text or some binding of some sort. And I'm going to do 0, 0, 0.0. Here we go. We're going to size to content. And we want to anchor this to the center of our screen. We're going to reset all of our positions to 0. In the alignment on the X, it's 0.5 to center it, and then it's negative 0.5. Let's do negative 0.1 or 1. I mean, yeah, I want it there. That looks good to me. Now we're not going to do anything fancy with it. We just want something on the screen. Next, we're going to take the lives, and I do want that. I think on the left, upper left corner, perhaps. I'm gonna leave it on the upper left corner. We're gonna just put that to 0, 0. We aren't gonna change the alignment on the X, but on the X, but on the Y. Oh no, we are changing it on the X. I lied. I was thinking in 3D, Y and X in 2D planes. So we'll do this at 1.5, negative 1.5, no, negative 1, negative 0.5. Yeah. And actually the Y we will change. What do we do with the Y here? It was negative 1. So we'll go down to negative 1 as well. And likewise here, we're going to go to the right side. And again, we'll do this. And it was negative 1 on, wow, negative 1 on that. And then let's do 1.5 to see which way that goes. We'll do 1.5 there. And for our lives, I will default this out to 3. For our text block, I will, for this one, I will default this out to 9,999. All right, now I want to probably have that on the right alignment. This, I want that one centered. And now it doesn't look right. There we go, on the left alignment. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. So now we have our base design done. What we can do to that is add in our actual functionality. Now, yes, we could switch over to the graph and do it, but I don't like doing it that way when we're talking about doing this in C++. So instead, what I'm going to do is I am going to do that in a different thing. I'm going to go in here, and we're going to create a new class. And I'm going to go to all classes. I'm going to search for user widget. And I want the user widget down here, not user widget blueprint. And I'm going to select it. And we're going to name this our main UI base. And we're going to create class. And I'm going to allow it to do its thing. While it's doing that, I am going to ponder stretching my legs because I am feeling a bit sore today for some reason. You know, lack of sleep. I only got like 2 hours last night, so take from that what you will. All right, so let's pop back over to this other window, close this out. Yes, reload all. Yes, stop debugging. And I do actually just need to take a moment, just not doing the tutorial, not thinking about it, and just being here in the moment. I am honestly very stiff. And not in the fun way. My head is also kind of like trying to kill me. Yeah. I will start reading my own Discord in a moment. So, the reason why I'm pausing and why I'm struggling to think about it is I know how I'm going to do the get lives, by the way. That's really easy. Simple enough. We don't need an interface. We're just going to take an argument in from the player cube, because the UI, the interface there, the UI, the UMG widget is going to exist in the player cube. That's where we're going to spawn it. Because we are spawning it there, what we are looking at then is, well, we don't need to have the UI request the information. We can create a function that takes the information passed in as a parameter to a method. Now, doing that's fine. What's left over to think about then is not how we're going to get lives. What's left over to think about is two things: the score and time. Now, score I could give a rat's hairy butt about right now. And the reason I say I could care less about it. I couldn't care less about it. Sorry. The reason I say I could not care less about it is the simple fact that that calculating that score out is relatively trivial, and it might change from person to person's program. It doesn't really matter. I'll give a demonstration piece of how to do one, or even comment on it. Hey, there are multiple ways of doing this. What it does not account for, however, is, and I'm going to score that. Sorry, that's also probably going to be stored in the player cube and not calculated in the widget. So again, we probably just need an argument to pass through, so we can set that up really, really easily. It's fairly simple. The one that I don't know how to do, sorry, not that I don't know how to do, I've done it before as a tutorial 4 times now. So there are 4 videos where that particular where the topic that I'm stuck on is covered. So it's not I don't know how to do it, it's I don't know how I want to do it. And that is the time. Where do I want to calculate the time in particular? Not how do I want to calculate it, where do I want to calculate it? It's that where bit that is the sticky widget here. Pun fully intended by saying widget. That's why I had to pause to think about what the expression was. Do I calculate it in the widget? It makes sense to do that there. It's part of the widget, but the widget's just about getting and displaying information. I really shouldn't be doing those sort of calculations there. Should I be doing it in the player? Well, that makes sense in terms of keeping things small, tight, and confined in terms of this code. But it is not actually related to the player in terms of encapsulation. So, should I make a new class? Should I make a time class? Or should I make or use not a time class, but use a why did my video just turn off? Okay, I will figure out why my video just turned off in a second. But should I do that or use a there we go, or use a game state? Arguably, maybe it does fit within the player. It fits there in the sense that I will have multiple things affecting the player's score, and time will be one of them. Do I want to introduce people to timers at this stage in a beginner tutorial? Where I'm going to, by the way, in the beginner tutorial series, introduce timers at some point. This is literally going to be the first part of that series, is creating this game that we're looking at right now, and I don't want to overwhelm people. So I have to balance, and this is what I'm thinking about as I'm sitting here with you. I have to balance, do I give good procedure, or do I explain concept and then refine that concept into good procedure? Now, in a university setting, I know my choice. Right off the bat, I know my choice. I give working procedures. Get it working. Get the base concepts right. Get everything there in row. Then give performant and good code. because otherwise it's too abstracted out and people get confused. Online, however, okay, Beard, I'll be doing timers regardless. It's the question of when do I introduce them? Where in the series do I introduce them? Because remember, we're doing 4 games minimum for this series. So the alternative then is that, online, the problem is that people come from different walks of life. People have different linguistic backgrounds. People have different backgrounds of experience. From an ego point of view, I don't want to avoid timers in this one because I don't want someone who's experienced in Unreal watching this going, this is dumb, and not realizing I'm going to be using a progressive building mechanism. The reverse is also true. Someone coming from a background without no background in coding, I don't want them to just stop after the first video, not using timers, for example. In both of the examples, it's not using timers, and think that is the correct method of doing something, instead of taking it away as this is meant for them to conceptually understand it. And I raise this as an issue because of the original RTS tutorial series. I time and time again said that series was not meant for game level production. It was meant to demonstrate how something works. It was meant to demonstrate concepts. It was meant to show different approaches. It violates an OOP left, right, and center. It is bad code. It was never meant to be good code. It never meant to be a fully functional game. It was meant to teach concepts. Now, of course, that's a very long form series. This will be a short form series. So maybe, let me get to the issue that was. People didn't seem to understand that and tried to make things out of it that it doesn't fit into. Which, you know what, if you're able to convert it over to proper OOP, yes, you got what we want you to get from this, and now you're able to do the thing. Yay! I'm honestly really happy when that happens. When people say, hey, I did this to get this code working, it excites the crap out of me. I cannot explain it. Oh, hey, I'm running my own project, and I figured out how to integrate your code into my project. That is showing me the understanding, and that is what that series was about. You know, that's why, and again, 20 people commented on this, and I responded to the first 10, and I stopped on the second 10. It's no. Read the other people have said this, and I've explained it to them. Why didn't you use the game time functions when you did your game time? Well, one, I did, actually. Which is kind of people saying, oh, you don't know this API, and it's you're pointing out in part of the API that's obscure, but 2, I actually did use it. That function there comes from that API directly. I didn't write that function. And 2, it's the thing that you're calling out is the lack of me using a structure, a particular structure that's predefined. That was so I can teach concept. So I'm worried that if I do concept then performance approach, I'm going to lose people I'm going to have people walk away misthinking this is how this is done. Or I'm going to have people stop because they don't realize I'm doing that progressive build. Likewise, if I go the other way, there's a chance I'm going to scare people off because it's going to be too abstracted out for them. So I prefer high-level overview, work with low-level mechanics, and go back to high-level to show application. See, that's what I prefer, too. That is how I would teach it. Here's a big concept. We're going to get something working. Then we're going to actually go down to the nitty-gritty and talk about what the best way to do it is and get that working, and then bring that back out to that high-level area again. And I got into a shouting match online the other day in a C++ server where I am working on code for something I am learning. It's in graphics coding that I don't know, because I don't do graphics coding. I do the core math stuff, really. And the guy commented on a line completely unrelated to the part I wanted help with, which was how it was basic C++ syntax stuff. He's like, oh, why are you doing it this way? I'm like, I don't really care how I'm doing it. I just needed this thing done, and that is the fastest way to do it. I really don't give a crap if it's correct or not, because it is step A. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to build a renderer, as you guys know, for the game series thing, or game engine series thing. And I wanted just to have a window ready so I can put something up there. So I just spawned the window in, just so I have it on screen. What I cared about was how the renderer worked. Did the renderer work? The guy's comment was on how I spawned the renderer. I could give a flying hoot about that part of my code. I don't care. I just need it on screen. It doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to be right. It just needs to be on screen for my test. My test is of the thing that it's rendering. That's what I wanted critiques on. And that's the sort of bullcrap you deal with in general in the game dev community. Or not even in the programming community. I'm sorry, rapid prototyping, I'm not going to worry about getting it right. I'll come back to that later. Especially when the point of something is blah, not the other thing. Likewise, Epic has run into this issue themselves with their tutorials. And one of the reasons why a lot of content creators here on YouTube will do things slightly incorrectly with regards to tick. That's why I made the comment about this being a custom movement controller. That's why we're doing it on tick. And we do need it every frame. But Unreal, to demonstrate things, will often use tick incorrectly in violation of their own guidance. And that is simply because they need to rapidly get something on screen without doing all the setup in the proper way. So they can show what a particular function or a particular new tool they put in does. But yet then people think, oh, we should do this on tick. And it's no, you really shouldn't be. They're doing it to demonstrate the outcome, not the setup. So yeah, I have mixed feelings on how I want to tackle this. And to be fair, usually when I'm at the stage, what you'll see, if you ever see me do one of these before where I'm not so ranty as I'm now, is I'll literally be sitting there with a physical notepad and a copy of Notepad on the computer, jotting down different structure ideas. However, that said, I am really still physically stressed sitting here for a moment. Just my body has been tense since about 30, 40 minutes, to be fair. So I am going to stand up. I am going to stretch my legs. I'm going to go outside for about 5 minutes. I'm going to leave the stream running, of course, because I'll be right back after that. So you're going to enjoy, that's not what I wanted to click. You're going to enjoy a chair stream. All right, I read your message. I'm gonna read it out loud just so it's on the stream. Yeah, I had one beef. One beef I had is the assumed knowledge. The other is we're going to put it here now, but I will tell you what. The other is we are going to put this here now, but I'll tell you why later, and they don't. Yeah. I don't like when tutorials do that either. And this is a beginner's tutorial. It isn't meant for people who have full experience in it yet. And I know right now in the prep for it, I'm not explaining everything fully. That's because, hey, we're doing a prep video or we're writing the prep file for the tutorial, not doing the tutorial itself just for people who are coming into the VOD or who have just joined the live stream. So things are a bit different here than they will be in the actual series. It's the same problem with textbooks generally. The textbook will show you short examples with no application. Yeah, I also have that issue with textbooks a lot. We'll come back to that concept a little bit later on as well. Yeah, so I don't know quite how I want to tackle it just yet. While I am thinking about it, what we can do is at least do the setup. You enjoy the behind the scene portions. Actually, on Patreon, I wrote an entire, when I was still doing the newsletters, I still need to remove that from Patreon because no one cared about the newsletters, it seemed. I did a behind the scenes on the editing and all the prep stuff, and I did go into the details of it. It was paragraph format. It was, text. It was a newsletter. I don't think it actually covered the scope of, how I make these decisions and how I think about these things. And give me 1 second. I'm just going to fix this wire. It's driving me crazy. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I unplugged my headset for just a moment and replugged it. It's just a charging cable. It's actually a wireless. So for a little bit more behind the scenes, there are two wires in my headset. One is the charging wire. That's this big one here. And this little one here, which hooks it to the back of my mic, is so that when I'm recording or doing live streams, I can hear my voice in vivo in real time. And I can tell if my sound is really off. Like if I'm over here, I can hear my sound is off. Or if I'm right here, I can hear my own lips. Actually, this is closer probably to how my voice really does sound when I'm this close. But unfortunately, I can hear my own tongue clicking, and that really bugs me. I can hear all the saliva in my mouth, which also really bugs me, and you can't really edit that stuff out. Not easily. So, we need to be in here, actually, for the part I want to do. And I can't remember the name of the thing I want, so we're going to go here. We're going to go to our U property specifiers, and it's going to be one of our meta ones. Bind is the one I'm looking for. Of course, it isn't in here. So we're going to do user widget UE4, because even though we're UE5, it's just easier to find it. C++ specifiers. I've gotten used to the whole monitor in the ear. The whole monitor in the ear? I'm not sure what you're referencing there. I have a feeling I'm not going to find the thing I'm looking for in here. Yeah, I'm not, am I? Nope. Meta bind. Oh, hey. Cool. There it is. It's bind widget. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. We're actually just going to steal that line. Really? Cool. I'm just going to move that to the side of the screen for just a moment. All right, and that is U property. Hearing yourself, oh yeah. It's actually really useful. In the early part of my YouTube career, I didn't have that, and I'm seeing things. And my sound was really bad also. In the original recordings, the microphone I used, not this headset, but same model of headset, was this. And that's why the sound is really bad in the earlier ones. Someone pointed me towards this mic, and this is what I've been using for ages. So it's going to be blueprint read write Actually, we're gonna do read only. I'm not gonna do read like this guy did. We'll do meta, and then this is bind widget. Okay, so with that done, oh crap, we don't have it loaded. Well, I'm gonna have to reload this really quickly. We might get an error, and that's fine. We don't need to worry about that error right now. I know that error is there. I just need to grab a name of something, and I can't remember what I named the things. Can't remember if it was life or lives. Can't remember if it was time, timer, and score. That one I remember. That one's fairly simple. But as I said, if I don't remember what the thing is called, then I can't actually use that. So core widgets. There we go. Come on. And it is time, lives, score. So we're just actually going to copy this. It wasn't timer. So we're just going to put that there for a moment. And this will be a, what is this? A text. So let's just look up what that actually is in our thing. So UE4, let me just bring this over to the screen again so you can see me looking it up. UE4, utext, block, or box. No, block. It's not a box, it's a block. A box is the, yeah. No, maybe it is box. Fine, we'll do it this way. Text box. Lovely. That was... Okay. Okay, so we're just going to do utext, I guess. Yeah, this is the one we're looking for. Okay, so it is utext lock, which we need to make as a pointer. And 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Sorry, something just happened in real life. I'm waiting for something. All right, I don't hear screams. I don't hear cars screeching. I'm not going to worry about it. And we need to grab the header. Okay. There we go. We're going to repeat these two lines for a total of 3 times. And just so there are no typos. Okay. Oh, God damn it. There we go. So now we have our bindings set up. We can now set these things. So we're going to create functions for that. So let's do lives first. So we're going to do a void, and I'll organize these in a moment later on properly. Void set lives. That's going to take in one argument of an int, and that is num of lives, or we're going to do num lives. There we go. Let's go ahead and then create this as a method. Okay. And what we're going to do is we are going to do this. We are going to do set text. And what we're going to do is set text as num lives. Okay. So we need to convert that over to a text. So I read that as no way to convert float. I was like, this is an int. What are you on about? I misread that. So how do we convert that then? That is the question we now have at this point. How do we convert our integer over to lives? Now, there are multiple ways to do that, but we're going to use the method in Unreal. And I just want to see if we can find the API for it, because I can't remember it. If not, I'll use the standard C++ approach. And we're going to do UE4 API, and we're going to do int to, give me 1 second. I'm actually going to cheat and copy this. And we want to ftext. And then we can do ftext as number, apparently. So let's just go back up. Really? So this is stored in internationalization text CPP. And number. What was this function called? Ftext as number. Okay, so we have a float, we have a double, we do have an int override. Awesome. Cool, so let's find, as time is one. That actually would have been useful to know there is an as time one. I'm gonna have to take a note of that myself. I didn't realize that existed. Like I said, you don't have to memorize these things. There's a reason these APIs exist. So let's go to the int64 version just because, yeah. And our arguments are our values, our formatting options, and cultural targets. Cool. So let's just pop open our formatting options. This is useful. Honestly, I didn't realize that actually existed. That particular structure. Cool. So we're going to do as number. I think we need to do ftext as number, actually. Ftext as number. There we go. All right, so that now works. Now we pass that in. We have the correct value set. I'm going to do something I've never done before, actually, I just realized. We're going to do the same for set score. So void set score, and that will be int new score. And what we're going to do then is go to the player cubase and do player score. And this will be int score, which will default out to 0. All right, let's then quickly create a new definition. Let's go ahead and close that out, save that. Also, that should be set, not seat. All right, and is it just score? It's a score. All right, we'll do score. And then we're gonna do, again, set text. And we'll do ftext as number. And in this one, actually, I do maybe want to use that these other settings. So we're gonna just pause there for a moment and bring this back over. And we have this F number formatting options. So I'm gonna just go over here for a minute. And we're gonna do, all right, let's find the constructor for this. So first, let's actually just grab the struct we're going to use. We're going to just set it there for a moment. We'll actually define it in just a second. Well, actually, what we're going to do, I know how we're going to do this. I only care about 2 of the settings. So we're going to do this as display settings local. We're going to take display settings local, and we're going to do maximum integral digits. And we're going to set this to 5. We're going to do display settings local, minimum integral digits 5. That way there's always going to be 5 numbers on the screen. Let's actually do this as 6 and, no, let's do it 5. 6 and 6. It doesn't really matter. As long as those 2 numbers are the same, I'm going to get the same effect. I'm going to get the effect I want. All right. Honestly, as for time, we'll tackle that one later on. Let's just hit stop. Let's now rebuild this. Also, I skipped a step clearly, and I'm going to have to go back and actually fix that in just a second. So I need to go back here just to see how that's set up. Okay, so, well, we'll take care of those errors in a moment. What I skipped was I want to do display settings local. Sorry, I think I put that in the wrong spot. Who's calling you? As a number. Give me 1 second. Okay. And then what we're going to do is, instead of that, we'll do display settings local 0. Why is that not right? No instance of overloaded function as text matches the argument int f number formatting options. Comma null pointer. All right, let's take a look at this thing really quickly. Okay. Just double checking we were in the Unreal 5. We are in the Unreal 5 documentation. Just gonna make my life a little bit easier. Put that in. And then we'll do a F culture as just default culture pointer. We'll call this default culture pointer local and pass that through. All right. Well then, let's change this then to uint instead, and we'll do uint 32 instead of 64. So this will be uint 32, and we'll make this also a uint 32. We'll do the same to this one. We'll go back to here. Update that to uint 32 as well. Okay. What the fuck? Sorry, that was not related to what we're doing here. Cool, I don't give a crap. I opened your app yesterday. Doesn't mean you should be notifying me of stuff today, buddy. Alright, so, as number. I'm just going to do something down here really quickly, or up here, just as a test. And we're going to do ftext test equals ftext as number. And then we have our value, and we're going to pass in new score. And then we're going to pass in I think I know the issue. It should be display settings local. Yep. Okay. We can get rid of that then. I didn't read that clearly enough. It's looking for a point. It's looking for a reference. Okay, there we go. Now we're done. Now that does mean we're going to go back here and make this a uint 32 as well, and that as a uint 32 as well. Just, I don't think we need to have them as uints, but I'm going to do it because it's slightly more appropriate anyway. I did see something that caught my eye, and I just want to take a look at that really quickly. So I'm just going to create a thing here really quickly, and it's going to be ftext format. Cool. We're going to use that in a moment. So let's pop back over here, and we're going to look for format. That's useful. Okay, let's pop this open. What I want to see is what these particular structures look like. So I'm used to doing this in Blueprint, so I'm less familiar with this part of the API. I'm likely just going to use my I'm likely just going to use basic C++ for this, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm just trying to figure out how that's going to look like. So give me 1 second. Format text UE4. So yeah, it's the format text. That is what I want. I am looking at the right type. I don't need that anymore. Format text, that's what I do want. Okay. What's this one do? Okay, and what's this last one do? It's a custom pattern part I'm looking for, I think. Okay, so I want to know more about this thing. So we're going to Google this. This is the structure I care about. That is so useful. Okay. Right. So, personally, I'm not entirely sure how to actually use that. I would like to see an example, please, somewhere. You're not going to show me an example, are you? No, you're not. Right. Okay, literally two things that actually have that word for word. Great. You know what, to be fair, let's get everything else set up correctly first. What's wrong? What aren't you happy about? All right. Okay. Now let's build that. Oh, I love these build times. Okay, there we go. And they were building, and there we go. Okay, so let's go back to our endless runner, our core, our widgets. Let's open up the widget. And we don't need to make a derived blueprint class. We can just reparent this to our thing. Now, I shouldn't have actually built just yet. I should have built, but I shouldn't have done what we just did in terms of actually opening the editor. So we're going to add this to main UI base. And notice now that we have main UI base up there. all of these things are now captured by our UI. Let's head back over to our code here, however. Let's go over to... Actually, no, let's not do that yet. Let's go over to our player here. Let's pop open our player. Let's go to full editor again. I did not mean to click that. Let's go to this. And on begin play, we're going to create widget. Now, I am going to actually change some stuff up. And actually, no, what we're going to do is we're going to go back here. We're going to go here. We're going to steal this include. We're going to go to the player base here. We're going to add... Yeah, we're going to add that in. We're going to go down to just above the scores, and we're going to do a reference for the widget. And this will be our UI main base as a pointer, and we'll call this widget ref. Actually, this should be public. So we're actually going to do this up here instead. Actually, no, it's not public. It's protected. So we can get rid of that, and we can just drop it up there. Cool. Let's put nothing at the end of that. And, yeah, let's just quickly, let's hot load. Oh, we're actually already in the thing, so let's not hot load. Let's just save all. Close this out and restart the editor again. All right. Oh, I'm going to be doing a lot of editing. I have a pause button for recordings on my Stream Deck, and that pause button is going to be pressed a lot. By the way, in the amount of time that it's taken me to get to where I'm at talking now on the live stream, when I said by the time, about 2 seconds before that is when the thing first popped up. There's a lot of lag between when I'm actually speaking and what you're seeing, it seems. It is much more than 30 seconds. That was at least a good minute or two. All right, let's pop this thing. Actually, let's open up these two assets again. Cool. And we're going to create our WBP main, and we're going to look for widget ref, which I screwed up because you know what I forgot to do that's really important? So let's just save this for a second. Yeah, save that. Welcome in, Reverse Gutenberg Press. How are you doing today? I forgot to actually give myself a U property. And we're going to actually we're going to take all of this. We're going to change it up a bit. It's actually blueprint read write in this case. And this will be, the category I tend to use for this is references. So let's hit play. It's warm there today? How hot is it there, man? Let's go ahead and make sure this works. Let's fill that reference in, because right now it's a pointer and it's pointing to nothing. So let's pop open those two classes again, or two blueprints again. And now here we can do widget ref, and we want to set widget ref, and we should be able to pass that into there because they're the same type. Actually, one's a child. And then we're going to do add to viewport. Cool. I also realized there's another mistake I made, but let's make sure that's actually working. Cool, that is working. Now, I want to add an on construct. No, I don't. What I want to do is go back here, and I want to do a U property, or U function, blueprintable. Have I not done that anywhere yet? Because that would make my life so much easier if I've already done that somewhere. I thought we did a U function already. We did, right there. I'm an idiot. Okay. So what we're going to do with this then is a U function blueprintable. We don't need a category for this because it's literally just going to be these three functions. Well, two right now. Cool. Let's stop this thing by making sure we save everything. Close it out. And then we'll restart it one more time. I'm going to jump on this tutorial, you splicing this. No, this is the prep. This isn't the actual tutorial. So prep For how I run tutorials, whenever you see me do... Whenever you see me do a tutorial... Okay, well, that answers that question. These do have to be int. I will always have what's known as a prep file, which is the complete tutorial up to the part I'm recording at the very least, in the background on the side that I'm referencing so that I don't have to think about things while recording. So you're seeing me create that file. This will not be the tutorial itself. I would not format some of the things I've done the way I'm doing on the live stream. So you're seeing what I'm going to do as a tutorial down the road, though. All right, there we go. We now can call those functions up and use them in Blueprint now. That way we don't have to worry about things being off, and we don't have to create literals in our C++ code to fill in that information. Also, if I do ever do a stream where I'm actually recording for a tutorial, I will not be responding to chat during the recording portions. All right, let's just do our widget ref, which again we're getting from our C++ code as a getter here in this case. And what we want to do is set lives. And I just realized we have another issue that we're going to run into. I'll show it to you in a second. Set score. Now, funnily enough, the set score is going to be perfectly fine. But the issue we're going to run into is a rather simple one. So we're going to create two inline functions to address that. Let's just save everything really quickly. Bro, sounds good. Alright, bro. Fair enough. Now, what we're going to do this is I don't want these to be accessible, actually. So I'm going to do a... Actually, I already have one. We can already do that. So we can do get life. I forgot to put the... So either way, I forgot to put the thing in that I want. So we need to close this out either way. Let's save selected. We're going to do another force inline really quickly. And that's int get. I'm not sure what I just did there. Inline. Get score const return. Oops. Stupid me. Return score. And then boom. So all we need to do now is a U function specifier for blueprintable and pure. So let's just pop this back open and let's go to our properties. So we're going to take blueprint callable and blueprint pure. So I'm just going to do U function really quickly. I'm actually going to grab all of these and we're going to add in pure. Really? There is a UE for U specifier blueprint pure. I was in the wrong thing, that's why. I'm in the blueprint specifier, the property specifier. I want the U function specifier. Blueprint pure. And we'll not actually have this in a category because we're not going to ever really see it. Let's take that again, do that down there. And then from there, what we can do is we can rebuild this. Yeah, warm around 30 degrees, but this Nordic country weather is always above the average degrees feeling. Lived in multiple places, and 30 here feels like 44 in Central and South Europe. It says you just acclimatized to the location you're in, I think, perhaps. That was a joke, by the way. It might be true, though, but I was saying that more as a joke. All right, let's pop those two back open. Now let's do get life count. Plug that into there. And then let's do get score. and plug that into there. Actually, you know what? We're going to create a new function in here. Let's just grab all of this. Category will be master UI. And this will be void update UI. It's going to take no arguments. Let's go ahead and define this. And you know what? I can't remember what the ensure code I like using is, so I'm just going to open up one of my other projects. I'm so sorry for doing this. I didn't want to open up another project. But hey, you know, these things exist for a reason. I have a particular ensure style I like, and I can't remember what it is. So I'm just going to open up a project I'm working on for a replicated C++ project where I have used my particularly preferred ensure method. No worries, the natives here love to hate on warm weather as well, so we can toast to that. Also, 30 degrees is not warm, it's below freezing. If you don't get that joke, remember I'm American. Okay, literally, yeah, I found it. It's literally on the thing I opened, it's that line there I'm looking for. So we want that ensure, but we're gonna change some stuff out. Of course, because we don't have a data table we're looking at. Instead, what we want to do is ensure that widget ref is not a null pointer. If it is, then we're returning. Okay, so if that's the case, then what we're going to do is... Sorry, if it is not a null pointer, but it's something valid, then what we're going to do is we're going to have me move this to the other window so I can actually cheat a tiny bit. Use that like as a prep file. And we're going to do widget ref set lives, and we're going to pass into it get life count. And then we're going to do widget ref, and we're going to do set score, and we're going to pass into that get score. Okay, there we go. Now we can delete this and this actually. Save this, close it out, and then let this restart. For anyone who did not get the joke about the temperature, in Fahrenheit, anything under 32 and less, or lower than 32, or at 32 and lower, is freezing. And Celsius, it's 0, of course. So the joke was it's 30 degrees there. Well, that's freezing. It's below freezing. I don't like either Fahrenheit or Celsius. Both of them bother me. The boiling and freezing point in Celsius makes more sense than Fahrenheit any day of the week, in my opinion. But I find that it's easier to figure out how to dress based on Fahrenheit than it is on Celsius. That could just be I grew up in the U.S. and now live in the U.K., so God only knows. So let's open up our player cube again. And here we're going to do is update. I did put the thing in. There we go. If we click this, it takes us to that code that we just wrote. So let's hit play, make sure this works. So we have 3 lives. We can see we have a score of 0. So there is one spot I forgot to do it. Yeah, save selected. What we need to do then is on reset, call our update UI as well. And we're going to do that regardless of what's going on. So we're going to do that down here. Okay, now we're ready to go. Yeah, man, y'all weird those metrics. Celsius and meters works. Fahrenheit and feet metrics throw me off. So I can work mathematically in the metric unit, in metric units, but I can't conceptualize a metric unit. So if you say something is 2 centimeters or 6 centimeters, sorry, if you say something is 6 centimeters, which is roughly 2 inches, I'm going to pause and be hard pressed to imagine what a 6 centimeter object looks like. If you said 2 inches, I'm easy to imagine it. So the UK uses both, and it throws me for a loop. It also uses a funky measurement for weight called stones. I hate stones. I just stare at people when they use stones. Okay, there we are. Let's go off the side here. There we are. It's now 2. Let's hit one of the cubes. Boink. It's now 1. Boink. It's now... That should not have worked. What? Okay. So, we're going to change this to clear movement values. And, what we're going to do is do right input value is equal to 0.0f. And we're going to change out what we did down here to something else. And that means we're going to need to put in a block around this because we're going to need one more set in there. Let's go back here, close that out, go up to our input stuff, and we're going to do right down here, allow player to input actions. And this will be bool b movement disabled. We're going to set this to false, and also I'm going to rename it as disabled. All right. 87 Fahrenheit feels like 95 Fahrenheit here, so muggy. That sounds more like humidity than temperature to me when you describe it that way. So we're going to change this out to if movement is not disabled. And here we're going to set this to true. And then actually what we'll do is if or else. And then we'll also set it to true here. Okay. That should resolve that issue. Actually, why am I doing it that way? Let's get rid of the blocks. Let's get rid of all of this. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And we'll do that there. Okay. That makes more sense to do. Let's save all of this. Hopefully they got rid of that error. We'll find out in a second, though. Christ, just use cm and Celsius, and we can all be friends. I mean, I don't like any units of measurement. I want to measure everything in oh, I can't say that on stream. My preferred unit of measurement are RCHs. If you're old enough to know what an RCH is as a unit of measurement, please let me know. It was one of my I think it was actually both my grandfather's favorite units of measurement were RCHs. That's really bad. Really, really bad. All right, let's try this out. Make sure this works now. All right, so off the edge we go. Oh, shit. Okay. Man. We forgot to set that to false again. Or, yeah, we got to set that to false. So, let's just go here, set that to false, and now it should work. One of those days where I'm forgetting some really basic stuff, unfortunately. But these things happen. Okay, let's hit play on this now. Let's open these two things up. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to crash in a second anyway. There we go. Boink. Sorry, I was being loud on the keyboard so you can hear that it's actually working. It shouldn't be moving. We have 0 lives. All right, now. I mean, it depends on how closely cut it is for the RCHs. Also, it depends on if you're looking at the height of it or the width of it. Because if it's about 1/4 inch in width, oh my god, that would be painful. Also, that might be an infection at that point. Okay, I like the cavebeard actually knows what I'm referencing by being able to do about 1/4 inch. Oh, I know you know what I know. I got you know what I meant. Again, it depends on how closely cut it is. And if you're looking at the width or the height of it. Because one of my grandfathers used it as width and one used it as height. And 1/4 inch in width of that would be really, really painful for the person with the RCH. I'm not Googling that on stream, by the way, but I'm now curious if RCH comes up on something like Urban Dictionary. We're going to do that in the other window. Mother of God. You just thought about the 1/4 inch diameter version of that, didn't you? RCH, Urban Dictionary. Does that actually come up? Yes, it does. Okay. I'm really glad I did not do that on stream directly. Okay, let's bring this back over. Oh my god, what's wrong with us? What is wrong with us? Do you explain in any of your tutorials the U functions and UI inline, what they are and how they're used? So I will explain what U functions are as a macro. What do you mean by U inline? If by U inline you mean, let me go back here. Force inline, that is a standard C++ concept being turned into a macro, which is turning something into an inline. Easiest way to explain an inline is that wherever you call the thing up, it does a calculation for you at compile time instead of runtime, or copies the code in to do it. I'm not sure how much basic C++ concepts I'll be covering in the tutorial. I know I'll cover some basic paradigm concepts like all the OOP core principles, but I'm not sure if I'll be covering all the C++ keywords. I might just make a reference that force inline is one of the methods that you need to use in Unreal to get inline to work, to guarantee that it will work correctly, and then just provide a link to the inline documentation for C++. But I will go over what a U function specifier or the U function macro is and the U property macro as well. And yes, these are macros. I can't remember where in the engine these macros are defined, but they are macros. What interests me about these macros, and I really want to see how they're set up, because I'm personally curious how they set up their arguments. I just want to see how they've done it, because, yeah. All right. Honestly, I'm looking at the time, guys. Doing the game time will take about 40 minutes to do. And I am only doing these streams for 4 hours. And we're at 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 17 seconds. So, that said, I am open to suggestions. I like how the fact that the lag has gotten worse, by the way, and the timers are still at the original lag time. With about 35 seconds between them, but the lag is at least 90 seconds for as far as I can tell, based on what I can see in my own stream. So instead of just ending the stream here, are there particular questions that people want to ask about, things that people are curious about that I have not covered already? And sorry, I need to be really firm on that 4-hour boundary, because otherwise I will go for like 7 hours and I'll just hate myself and I'll be burnt out and not want to do things. I also need to edit like the RTS remaster stuff. Oh, yeah, so for those of you who aren't aware, We have redone the RTS series. It's I've been recording it for a while. I'm gonna be really, really mean to everybody in a second, and I'm gonna kill the music so that we can hear this. So let's go to, that's the old one. Videos. Nope. Videos. RTS. Section 1. So, yeah. Here's the introduction for Section 1.
Hi everyone, Zach here, and welcome to the Remaster series on making a real-time strategy game in Unreal Engine 5. In the first section of this series, we will be creating our camera pawn, our custom movement controller, and, well, updating everything we've done from the original series. So, let's take a look at what we're going to do.
The usual intro.
In this section, we're going to create our custom camera, which will have our normal WADS key movements. We will have a smoother zoom, as you can see here. We will even have the camera move with the terrain. So we're moving down there, and if we go up this way,
By the way, seriously, pause.
And we'll move up with the hill. We'll have our
Yes, I know the sound is a bit soft. That's because the way this is playing my desktop audio, and OBS is set to reduce my desktop audio so that I can be heard over the music.
We'll have a reset for both pan and zoom, and we will also have a reset that works individually for each. So, and finally, we will have our map boundaries. So I've just hit a boundary there. I'm going to go back and hit it again. So that's what we'll be doing in this section. I hope you're looking forward to it, and I look forward to seeing you in this section. And I hope that you have a wonderful day.
Fair question, K-Beard. There are multiple ways to do it. In fact, that was a question that came up a few weeks ago with something I was doing. And so first off, it has changed between UE4 and UE5, but by one word. Only one word has changed. And in fact, if you try to compile it as it is in UE4, or the UE4 method, it will give you a warning saying, hey, we are getting rid of this function. Your code will stop working. Please switch over to this function instead. But let me show you what that looks like. Let me get the window open. So for people who can't see this chat on VOD for whatever reason, you should be able to. K-Beard has asked, where do actor components fit in? I've only created them in blueprints, but is there a correct way to include them in C++? And that is a very, very good question. There are multiple ways to do it, as I said. Some of them make no sense. Some of them make sense to me. Some of them, the ones that make no sense, are actually where I started from. Oh, that's not the right version. Come on. Give me a second, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I know it's incompatible because Unreal 5 has major engine bugs that do crap like that. I'm opening the same exact file. If Unreal 5 forced it over to Visual Studio 2022, which is clearly not my default Visual Studio. So, don't show this again. Fuck off. Pardon my language. So, if we go to our character base here. In my character base, I have a component that I've called stats component. It's the one up here, right, K-Beard? So we include it first, right? Now, you have to think about it this way. In terms of encapsulation, the actor of the component is aware of the component. And they should be. Now, is the component aware of the actor becomes an interesting question. Because if the component is aware of the actor and the actor is aware of the component, the way you typically do this would be includes, which leads to circular dependencies. So instead of doing that, what you can do, I'm not sure if I did that in this one. I did not do that in this one. I did something else. Is you can use a forward class declaration. And that gets you around it. The other choice you can do is an interface approach, but that's down the road. That's the next step. The first step is getting the actor to actually see its component. So here we include the header. And by the way, reverse Gutenberg press, I did see your question. I'll come back to that. Is it related to what we're talking about? You said unrelated. I'll come back to that after I've answered this question as well. So we include it here, and then if we scroll down, this is that new bit of code there, that T object pointer type. So we create a reference to it as a object pointer. That's the object we are pointing to, and that is the name of our object. By the way, this is how you access it if it's private. It's visible anywhere. It's blueprint read only. Yeah. All right. So then how do we actually then create this? So once we have the object pointer, and we've said what we're pointing to, how do we create that object? Let me just grab that because I'm not sure where I've actually done that in here. Oh, right at the top. So just like we do with, say, give me 1 second. I just had a thought about something completely unrelated, and if I don't do this now, I will forget to do it. I am so sorry. I might be using out-of-date code in this, and I just want to rebuild this and see the output log. I'm not. Okay. Sorry, I had a moment where I was like, do I actually need to do it a different way? So we then take the object and create a default sub-object just like we did before. Don't worry about that if statement. I'm going to have code in there I haven't done yet. So that's how you create the object. Now, if you want to be able to mess with it in Blueprint, let's head over to this object itself. You need to make sure that the meta tag for the component in the uClass macro is set to Blueprint spawnable. Otherwise, you will run into issues. There's the interface I use to get the character stats to talk to other things. Now, I opted for the interface method instead of using a class declaration approach because I knew there were going to be other things that I want to call from this, and I didn't want to have any weirdness where I accidentally created a reference somewhere where it did not belong. Now, I probably wouldn't, but this helps me in preventing that from happening. So I might change that in the future. I might actually remove, or I'll probably keep the interface, but I might remove some of the implementation of the interface in the player. Does that answer your question, K-Beard? And while you're typing that up and listening to what I'm saying, I'm going to move on to reverse Gutenberg's question. I have an unrelated question, maybe, but I'd like some basic pointers on how to implement a custom I didn't even finish that question before I felt my own stomach just, go, I'm out. Gravity like one in Super Mario Galaxy using maybe dot cross product, or is there a better way? I'm trying not to cry a little bit at that question. Not because it's a bad question, but because that question causes me so much pain. So, gravity in Unreal, physics in Unreal is notoriously tricky to... Nice, that perfectly answered... Okay, awesome. Gravity is the physics engine of Unreal. Well, okay, historically speaking, the former physics engine of Unreal, Apex, because we're now on the Chaos engine, has historically been a nightmare to work with. I mean, a lot of people have had a lot of issues with it. I've known people who have sought it, have removed the Apex physics module, and have written their own module. There are typos, by the way, in the Apex module. There really are. There are mistakes in that physics module, and I've actually gone through and have had to clean up the engine in a custom build to get some of the things I wanted to work right because it was using degrees in one area where I wanted radians, and it wasn't converting it because it had the wrong call. So the physics engine always makes me kind of just tense And I don't know chaos enough because I haven't actually explored the actual C++ files of the chaos engine to see how the chaos physics engine actually implements some of the things that it does. So I can't fully say there. But for gravity is a bit tricky. So one of the things to be aware of, and again, I am talking from an Apex point of view, not from chaos. So anyone working in Unreal 5, ignore me. Anyone working in Unreal 4.27 chaos, ignore me. So the default gravity setting is 980. That is because it works in centimeters instead of meters. So instead of being 9.8, for those of you who don't recognize what that number I'm saying is, 9.8 or 980, the average gravity on Earth, because gravity actually isn't a constant. It really isn't. It's based on various things from where you're at in relation to the sea level, and some other things as well. There are a lot of other things as well. But it's averaged out to be about 9.8 meters per second squared, or meters squared per second. I always forget the unit order on that one. Don't ask me why I forget it. And Unreal, since it works in centimeters, that becomes 980 instead. Now, I know a lot of people that say you actually have to go at least double that amount to get any realistic effect. Now, if you're not aiming for realism, not a big deal, so don't worry about that. If you're looking for custom gravity, the question is, what do you want to do with that custom gravity? You just want to change its base setting. Well, that's fairly simple, and I really wish I hadn't closed this now, so I'm going to relaunch this to show you. And that's actually where you would change it based on the thing I just said about realism as well. Alternatively, you can create physics volumes to change it. If you want gravity to work in a non-standard way, however, and when I say non-standard, I don't mean not on Earth-based style gravity. So one example of a non-standard gravity system would be having both the moon style of gravity and Earth style gravity in one go. You need a way to switch between the two, and the engine doesn't like doing that. So you may use a volume for that. You might use other things for that. What did I just open? What? Oh, I thought I was still in the beginner project. So the way you would do that is you go to project settings, I think. It might be editor set. No, it's project. You go to physics. And then in here somewhere, you know what? I'm just going to search. You have gravity. Now, I've lowered my gravity constraint. Wait, is that right? I'm now really paranoid I'm looking at the wrong thing. Hang on, we're going to cheat. We're going to go back to all settings. That looks like it's the right one. I'm going to just open this one up where I have not touched any of the settings. I swear the editor used to be 980. Or negative 980, technically. Sorry, when I'm speaking, I did mean to say negative, not positive. It is a negative value. Editor preferences. Did they change it on Unreal 5, or did I change that and just don't remember changing that? And not editor preferences. I went to the wrong one. I want project settings, and it is in physics. And gravity. Oh yeah, no, the default is 980. I did change it. Okay. So you can either change that value. You can create a physics volume. So, give me a second. I have an example of the physics volume, actually. And where I do mess with gravity a bit in the physics volume. Really shouldn't be messing with gravity there, but it's the only way to achieve the effect I want. Where is the survival tutorial prep file? There we go. And this is from this survival series. This is from a video that will be way later than where we're at right now. It's already recorded. It just isn't public yet. It's not even on Patreon yet because I haven't had a chance to edit that far into the series. So you're getting a bit of a preview for what's coming in the series as well there. Once it loads. Still loading. Okay. So I don't need the second content browser anymore. Thank you. If I hit play and then go full screen, and I really wish the weather wasn't turned on. Let me just turn it off. Okay, there we go. Ignore the rain you can see out there, and ignore the fact you can see my collision box. But if I walk into the water, that's a physics volume that's changing the gravity, which is why I'm moving the way I'm moving. Ignore how the water looks on that side there, us testing something, and I have not removed that test. It clearly did not work the way I wanted it to. But this is all based on various parts of the physics of the character moving, and it changes the gravity. So you can change it that way. You can use custom gravity components also to change. I'm not sure what the heck just happened there. My swim system is not a good system, honestly. I'm still cleaning it up, which is why I haven't actually released the videos on Patreon yet. Besides, I haven't edited that far. I haven't finished editing what I want to do for that section. And I don't like making those videos even public on Patreon until I know exactly how the system's going to work. But yeah, this is just a custom volumetric, or it's not volumetric, custom physics volume where I change some of the gravity settings. So you can change it that way. You could change it in the project that I said. You could have custom physics components, which would use the same idea I just demonstrated there, to change the physics, change the gravity. It gets a bit weirder when you want to have multiple types of gravity in one area, as I said, or the gravity does something weird where, let's say, we have an inverse parabola or a regular parabola, or inverse curve, regular curve, I meant to say, not parabola, where if you're lighter and heavier, you fall faster. So think of weight or mass as small, medium, large. If you have small and large falling at the same rate, but medium falling at a different rate, that's going to be a bit more complex to implement within the engine, even using gravity components. Actually, it might be a bit easier with gravity components or physics volumes where you're setting up gravity. There are a few plugins for Unreal and a few Blueprint projects that have custom gravity settings. So I think I have one from back from a year or two ago that was free on the marketplace. Let me just scroll down here. We can update that while we're doing this and type in gravity. So it's directional and planet gravity is the one that I remember that I picked up. And this one covers some stuff that's a bit trickier to do with the default gravity settings, if that makes any sense. No, Sam, we're saying if you wanted bizarre gravity where two things don't fall at the same speed, where gravity isn't a constant like it normally would be. So if you have two that do fall at the same speed, but a third that doesn't, you would need something to calculate that out. Now, I do realize that we're talking about gravity as a pure thing, ignoring wind resistance and other factors that do impact upon that. But my point is, like, if you wanted to have a gravity system in Unreal that did not do the feather and the bowling ball correctly, where one of them fell faster, you would need to really write a system for that, or have a hack to work around it, so that, if something is above X mass or below X mass, it changes its fall speed. So the more weird you get with your physics in terms of violating real life laws, and I don't mean Earth-based laws, I mean real life laws. Because remember, the hammer replacing the rock and the feather experiment was replicated on the moon, and it worked exactly the same way. In fact, it actually worked better because there's no wind resistance up there. Whereas in an atmosphere, we have wind resistance, at least on an Earth atmosphere. So, bearing that in mind, if you were violating some of those aspects of it, you do need to put a bit more work in it. You might need to use something like this component. I'm not sure if it's still free or if it was ever free, or if it's always been free, I meant. But yeah. Does that make sense there, Reverse Gutenberg? Sorry, I almost clicked the wrong thing. Also, my stomach is growling. I'm glad I set to 4 hours because I'm actually starving. Also, I'm curious about this stuff on sale. What do we have in here? Ooh. I like this. I don't like that, but I like this in general. I'm a space nerd, as everyone knows. I actually have some issues with this. I have a few issues with this. I have many issues with this now as a space nerd. The scales are off. I'm not critiquing it in a bad way. I'm just critiquing it as someone who would... I want to see a space shuttle now. Is there a space shuttle? No, actually, I want to see this. This is what I came in here for originally, based on the sale. I like this. Actually, I'm going to go back up an image. I really like the cloth there. The cloth simulation's nice. I'm not saying get it. I'm just saying I like the cloth simulation. Now I want to see a space shuttle. Is that the one we just looked at? I think it is. Oh, no, it isn't. The scale's also off there. That is not a shuttle. That is just a spacecraft. I mean, I do like this one. I saw this earlier. The texture on this is accurate, and I like that. That makes me happy. That's not accurate. Not at all. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Stylistically, it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Stylistically, I like that. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that, Sam. I'm not gonna get that. But from this, again, stylistically, this is beautiful. I like it from a stylistic point of view. But I would definitely not want to be on this colony ship ever. I value not getting killed that too much. Oh God. So for anyone who doesn't get why I'm saying that, the black tiles are heat shield tiles, the white tiles aren't. This would burn up in re-entry, probably. It's beautiful that way. The fact that it has a controller built in. Sorry, I like space things. As you guys can tell from the moon project I'm working on. What's this one? Orbital Space Station Kit. Ooh. Hey, Sam. Space shuttle in the background. Hey, Sam. What do you think for the thing we were talking about? I mean, that's not at all accurate to the real thing, but I'm going to be blunt and say, yes, please. This is gorgeous. Yeah, that's why I was laughing about the tiles. Like, you're dead. You're dead in that. You wouldn't survive. Again, stylistically, it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I actually really like this one. And it's on sale. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It kind of reminded me of the shuttle from the Normandy and the front of it. Like, okay, we shouldn't be doing this on live stream, to be fair. It is, again, stylistically, it is a good thing. All right, so we are at 4 hours. I definitely need to eat some food. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. Once again, for those of you who are not aware, these videos are brought to you, these live streams, the videos, everything we do on this channel, probably except for that last 5 minutes of me just looking at things in the marketplace, are brought to you by Patreon sponsors. And you too can help this channel out. And all you have to do is hit that like button down below. It really does help the channel out, and I'm not joking. If you don't know how YouTube works, likes are how they determine to advertise it. So think about it this way. If you want it to be easier to find a tutorial in the future, think about how hard it might have been for you to find a tutorial. By hitting like, you're helping other people in the community, in the dev community at large, find those tutorials. So make sure to hit that like button. And for a personal note for you, if you want to guarantee that you are here when there's a live stream, a new tutorial's released, well, you can either join our Discord server, which you should do, link in the description, or hit the subscribe and notify bell, or subscribe bell and notify and turn on all notifications, because that will notify you of those things. Also, that helps the channel as well. And finally, if you want to take your support a bit further, consider becoming a Patreon sponsor. Patreon sponsors get early access to the tutorial videos, and at upper tiers get instant access to ongoing and completed tutorial projects. So a project like the one we were working on earlier today, like this one here. And at other tiers, you get access once the project is completed. But hey, that's all optional stuff. But please do hit that like button. It really does help. That said, I look forward to seeing you either in the next live stream, the next tutorial, on the server, what have you. And all that fine stuff. In the meantime, I hope that you have a wonderful day.